remarks failed.
Yeah, that's right.
We'd like to call this evening's meeting of the Peoria City Council to order. Welcome Joe Deacon and his listening audience at WCBU as well as Cable Channel 22. Madam Clerk, the council microphones are open for roll call.
Mayor Artis. Councilmember Ali. Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Grab.
Here.
Councilmember Jensen. Here. Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Here.
Councilmember Euler.
Here.
Councilmember Moore. Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
And Councilmember Ruckriegel. You have a quorum present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. One item of housekeeping. In accordance with Governor Pritzker's Executive Order 2020-43, which continues to limit any gatherings of more than 50 people, in Executive Orders 2020-07, 2020-33, and 2020-44, requiring the provision of video, audio, or telephonic access to meetings, as well as the CDC recommending social distancing of at least 6 feet between persons. City Hall has implemented changes and restrictions for City Council meeting on September 22nd, 2020, while complying with the Open Meetings Act. The council meeting will be conducted in person with members of the council and some staff present in council chambers with plexiglass barriers, department heads in room 404 with the ability to remotely answer questions while maintaining a 6-foot distance. 15 members of the public will be permitted inside council chambers at a time. Temperature screenings are required upon entry to City Hall, and face coverings are required to enter. Members of the public and media are invited to watch through the live stream, YouTube, television channel 22, or through WCBU radio. Submissions for public comment were received through the city clerk's office. The agenda minutes and video podcast of the meeting will be available online through the city website. I would like to invite everyone to join us and stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think it goes without saying, but it has to be said that it's very important that we keep Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg and her family in our prayers, regardless of any types of politics. I think it's agreed upon by everyone that we lost an extremely strong leader in that position, and we just want to keep her family in our thoughts and prayers this evening. We have a couple of proclamations this evening under the new COVID format. I'll just read the proclamations from here, and the recipients will stand at the center mic and make any comments that we'd like to. First up, I'd like to invite Dr. Bender from the president of Unity Point Health, Unity Place. Dr. Bender, thanks for being with us this evening. In this proclamation is going out for Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas in the United States, one person completes suicide every 10.9 minutes, and one suicide attempt occurs every 26 seconds. It's estimated that 5.4 million people in the United States are lost survivors of suicide, those who've lost a lost one to suicide. And whereas suicide is the 11th leading cause of all deaths in the state of Illinois, second among people 10 to 14 years of age, third among 15 to 25 years of age, and fourth among 35 to 54 years of age. Whereas suicide rates vary by race, ethnicity, age, and other population characteristics such as non-Hispanic American, Indian, Alaska Native, non-Hispanic white, veterans and other military personnel, workers in certain occupational groups, and sexual minority youth. And whereas the stigma associated with mental illness and suicidality discourages persons at risk for suicide from seeking life-saving help and further traumatizes survivors of suicide. And whereas a great many suicides are preventable. Together, individuals and organizations are working to address prevention at all levels of influence, to promote awareness of suicide, and encourage a commitment to social change. Organizations such as the Illinois Department of Public Health are dedicated to reducing the frequency of suicide attempts and death and the pain of survivors affected by suicide of loved ones. And whereas the coronavirus disease, COVID-19 pandemic, may be additionally stressful for people, those experiencing a suicidal crisis can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-8255, or text HOME, H-O-M-E, to 741-741 for the crisis text line. Now, therefore, I, Jamardis, Mayor of the City of Peoria, Illinois, do hereby recognize September as Suicide Prevention Month in Peoria, Illinois. Again, we have Dr. Bender, the President of Unity Point Health Unity Place, here with us tonight. Doctor, thank you for coming in. Our community is very fortunate to have you and your team addressing this very serious situation, which, as the proclamation mentioned, has also been impacted significantly by the COVID pandemic in our world. So thank you for being here, and we welcome any comments that you might have.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak here this evening. Suicide Prevention Month is an important month for the field of behavioral health and for our community. I spent many years as a suicide researcher and as a psychologist working with veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, and I saw a tremendous amount of post-traumatic stress and suicidal behavior. This month helps bring attention to a significant topic of conversation, which is just as important now, if not more important than the current pandemic, which is our mental well-being. Mental health concerns, including suicidal thoughts, continue to be stigmatized topic of conversation. Individuals struggling with mental health concerns commonly feel embarrassment, shame, confusion, and fear of judgment. Additionally, people struggling with suicidality and suicidal thoughts have convinced themselves that the people in their lives would be better off if they were gone, and they truly do believe this. Yet we know that mental health concerns, including suicidal ideation, can impact anybody, regardless of gender, background, race, or age. Today, I want to reinforce the message of help and hope to those that may be struggling with suicidal thoughts or a mental health concern. You are not alone, and immediate help is available. Suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States. Knowing the warning signs for suicide and how to access help can help save lives. Common risk factors, and some of the most important risk factors, include a prior suicide attempt. A prior suicide attempt is the greatest predictor of future suicide attempts. Family history of mental health disorders and substance use disorders. Family history of suicide is also a strong predictor. Family violence, including physical or sexual abuse, and having easy access to guns or other firearms in the home. Many people think that if you just remove the guns or the ability to do it, people will just find another way to die by suicide, but nothing could be further from the truth. Means restriction is very effective. As a family member or a friend, I want everybody to know that it's okay to ask. If you are concerned about a friend or a loved one or a colleague, simply ask them, hey, are you having any thoughts of suicide? Many people fear this because they feel like it is going to make people more suicidal and make them more likely to die by suicide. But the research does not support this. In fact, there is a lot of research out there to suggest that it's actually helpful or beneficial. To the person who's struggling with suicidality and having thoughts of suicide now, I reach out to you specifically because I want you to know that there is help available. Suicidality is not a chronic, lifelong condition. It can respond very well to treatment, and it comes and goes. Certainly in the current state of things with this pandemic, the stress on individuals is high, and people who have suicidal thoughts may be considering it even more strongly, but there is help available. I also want to validate the significance of what we're all going through right now. This pandemic has been challenging for every single one of us. The stress of changes in routine, economic instability, isolation, and uncertainty is extremely difficult for anybody. Taking the time for your own self-care, it has to be a priority. Exercise, diet, nutrition, other lifestyle practices can help us work through the stress and maintain overall well-being. Like anything, to make this happen, we have to prioritize health habits into our schedule. I really encourage all of us to think about an area of self-care that's important to you. Put this on your calendar and make a commitment to making this happen today. To learn more about available wellness services in our region specifically, I encourage you to visit unityplace.org. Also, in any kind of life-threatening emergency, please contact 911. Lastly, I'd like to close with a question for our community. As community members invested in the well-being of our neighbors, families, and colleagues, what can we do as a community to make a difference? We can continue to have this conversation with others, to provide education on risk factors and education on resources for help. Together, we can reduce stigma and minimize barriers to getting help. We can carry the message that help is truly just a phone call away. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Reagan with 22 VA, Suicide Awareness Day. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for being here again this year. Whereas 22 VA was founded on the facts that September is Suicide Awareness Month and 22 veterans a day commit suicide. And whereas 22 VA helps those in need by raising awareness and connecting people with organizations that can provide help, thereby reducing the number of suicides. And whereas 22 VA also seeks to make an impact by connecting those in the community in need of support with art and horticulture therapy, both have shown to make positive outcomes in the lives of veterans. And whereas I encourage all community members to take advantage of the resources available from 22 VA, now therefore I, Jim Ardis, Mayor of the City of Peoria, do hereby recognize 22 VA for their contributions and also proclaim September 22nd, 2020 as 22 VA Suicide Awareness Day in Peoria, Illinois.
Appreciate. Really looking forward to talking to this guy later. 22 VA, we are going to have our art show. This will be our 6th art show at the Peoria Library. It'll be December and January again. Mr. Mayor, thank you for spending time to come and see that. It really means a lot. We try to teach veterans to use art to express themselves, to get things out of their head. Maybe we don't want to talk to somebody. We don't want to call a number. We just got something we have to get out. So we try to help veterans find their artistic talent and help them to express themselves, and the art actually helps other people too. So thank you to everybody that came to see the art show last year. It's going to be scaled down this year with COVID and everything, but appreciate the support again this year. You can just do #22VA on Facebook and see what kind of stuff we're doing. Had a couple people out at the farm today. The VA expected me to buy the farm, so I bought a farm. So I've got a farm where we actually do the horticultural stuff. I have a 22-foot Native American medicine wheel healing garden in the front yard, and 2 people were sitting at it today just reflecting, kind of a contemplation garden. Hopefully we'll be doing one of those in Peoria here soon. I live in Sunnyland. You can find it's Hope Ranch. We'll be doing one hopefully at Donovan Park, and just something I think we really need. It's good to be able to reflect. It's good to be able to get your feet in the earth and get grounded and plant stuff and grow stuff and make art and just get things out of your head. So thank you for the support. Once again, I appreciate you all, and I'm just winging it. I'm good. Thanks for the support, though. Appreciate you.
We'll make sure that we find out from Michael and from the library the exact dates of when the art show is going to be this year, and make sure that we help publicize that. I did go to that last year, and I've been to a lot of exhibits at Peoria Riverfront Museum and elsewhere, and that exhibit was one of the best I've seen, especially when you take time, whether it's with Michael or any of the other veterans or artists who have pieces in the show, to walk you through and understand the meaning behind those. It is unbelievable. And to Dr. Bender's point of how important it is that we address suicide and not to minimize the general topic of suicide, but for our veterans who have fought for our freedoms and come back to our country, struggling with a lot of the demons that they have, I can't encourage people enough to take the time to go to that show and not just walk through by yourself, but take time to meet with some of the folks there that can really help you understand the meaning behind a lot of these the pieces in the art show. It's just magnificent. So make sure that you keep in touch with us so we can make sure that we help get that cause out there. Thank you very much. Next, we have the 70th anniversary of EPIC. Ashley Schreck's here. Hello, Ashley. Let me read it. I'll read your proclamation real quick, and then you can say whatever you need to say, okay? Whereas today we celebrate the 70th anniversary of EPIC, empowering people, inspiring communities. What began in 1950, when federal, state, and local supports were not yet in place, and people with special needs were still very misunderstood, parents of 10 children with special needs came together to form PARC, currently known as EPIC. And whereas EPIC has a long history of spearheading progress for people with cognitive differences, from piloting the state's first birth to age 3 program, to hosting Peoria Public Schools' first special needs class at Glen Oak Primary School, to sponsoring the region's first Special Olympic Games, EPIC continues to provide innovative services and programs while adapting to the needs of the people they support. And whereas our community is stronger because EPIC empowers people with intellectual and developmental disabilities to work, volunteer, and get involved. The City of Peoria expresses its sincere thanks and recognizes EPIC for their dedication to members of our community who have cognitive differences. The services they provide are essential and ever-growing. We congratulate them and celebrate with them during this momentous occasion. And whereas on this milestone anniversary for EPIC, we recommit to the full inclusion of all persons with disabilities. Together, we can elevate the voices, strengths, and positive contributions of people with disabilities to maximize each individual's ability to reach their full potential as a contributing member of our community. So now, therefore, I, Jim Ardis, Mayor of the City of Peoria, do hereby acknowledge the 70th anniversary of EPIC in Peoria, Illinois. Okay, Ashley, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Ardis. Mayor Ardis, council representatives past, present, and future, we thank you so much for acknowledging the passion and the abilities of people with disabilities. 70 years wasn't that long ago. I can't imagine it, but some people can. And 70 years ago, people with disabilities were not treated like they are today. EPIC continues to be a trailblazer in advocating for people with disabilities, their capabilities, what they do for our community, and their inclusion in the community as a whole. What started as 10 children here in Peoria, Illinois, has now grown to serve over 12 counties in Peoria and growing. Headquartered in Peoria, Illinois, we are passionate about the needs of people in our community, and we thank you for recognizing us for 70 years of accomplishment in trailblazing for our individuals that are our neighbors, friends, and family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Councilmember Reckriegel.
I move to approve the minutes of the regular joint city council and town board meeting held on September 8th, 2020 as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Greb. Any corrections or changes to the minutes? I'm seeing none. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
The first item of business is 20-232, is a public hearing regarding the proposed annexation of a property having the address of 9818 North Allen Road.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Sear to open up the public hearing, seconded by Councilmember Reckriegel. At this time, we would like to ask everyone to cast their ballots to open the public hearing. The motion passes, so the public hearing is now open. Anyone who would like to address the council regarding the proposed annexation of property at the address of 9818 North Allen Road, this would be the time to step forward. First call. Second call for anyone who would like to address the council for the public hearing regarding the annexation of property at the address of 9818 North Allen Road. And third and last call for anybody who would like to address the City Council in this public hearing regarding the proposed annexation of property at 9818 North Allen Road. I'm seeing none. We have a motion by Councilman Sear to close the public hearing, seconded by Councilman Kelly. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk.
The next item is 20-233, which has to do with this annexation also. It's a request to approve a resolution approving an annexation agreement for the property located at 9818 North Allen Road.
Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move to approve Resolution 20-233. Thank you.
We have a motion to approve, seconded Councilmember Ali. Is there discussion on this item? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In looking at this item, I am reminded of a continuous discussion that used to be had when Councilwoman Atkinson was here. And if I'm remembering her concerns correctly, it was regarding adding roads to our city that we then have to pay to maintain. And so I don't object to this project, but I would just like to ask if anyone has, maybe the Public Works Director can tell us what it would cost now that these roads become part of what our, I'm imagining, Public Works will have to maintain. I could be wrong about that. It may be in the county, but I'm hoping Director Powers will come up and straighten me out. So my question, Director Powers, is this part of what will be added to our snow fighters route? And if it is, can you give me a rough estimate of what the cost to not only plow the roads, but also maintain them into the future? As I said, when I saw this, I immediately thought of former Councilwoman Atkinson and her concerns. And in light of our budgetary situation, I'm starting to look at things like this from the standpoint of what it's going to cost us, and if we're covering our cost, or if we're going to just spread those costs out across all of our citizens. So I will say to my council member in the 5th District, I don't have a concern with this project. I just want to know what it's going to cost us. Thank you. Director Powers?
Councilwoman, this is actually Director Black. This particular annexation is small enough that we don't anticipate there will ever be any additional public streets required in order to access it. Currently, it's accessed off of Allen Road, which is currently obviously maintained by the city, and part of it is accessed off of Van Winkle Way, which is also an existing street. So it's a small enough parcel that it will probably be divided into two smaller parcels, and both of them will just have private driveway exits and entrances.
Thank you. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? We have a motion and a second. Seeing no lights, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at the consent agenda. 20-234 is a request to accept the low bid of Stark Excavating and award a construction contract from the base bid of $75,900 with an additional authorization and contingency and $1,500 for DBE participation for a total award amount of $84,990 for the Prospect Road, Humboldt Avenue retaining wall repairs project. 20-235 has two parts. A is to a request to approve the reinstatement of funding in the City of Peoria 2020 to 2021 biennial annual budget in the amount of $100,000 for the Public Works Forestry Services line item in the Stormwater Fund. And B is to approve an increase in an amount not to exceed $70,000 relating to the approved contract with GIMAX through December 31, 2020 for tree stump removal by size and brush trimming by hourly rates, and an increase in an amount not to exceed $30,000 relating to the approved contract with GIMAX through December 31, 2020 for emergency tree and brush trimming by hourly rates. 20-236 is a request to approve the Fourth Amendment to the site lease agreement with Gwynn Park Cell Tower. 20-237 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance amending a special use in a Class R1 single-family residential district for church facilities, ordinance number 11550, as amended to allow a daycare center for the property located at 4020, 1504, 1508 West Moss Avenue, and 425 North Malvern Lane. 20-238 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance approving a special use in a Class I-1 Industrial Business Park District for miscellaneous food processing, manufacturing, carp, fish processing, packaging, and distribution for property located at 8606 North Pioneer Road. 20-239 is a reappointment by Mayor Artis to the Public Building Commission with a request to concur of Mr. Ken Casper. 20-240 is a request regarding the municipal compliance report with a request to receive and file, and 20-241 is the municipal compliance report for the police pension fund with a request to receive and file, and that completes your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any items to remove from consent this evening? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 234, please.
234. Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
238, please.
238. And Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask for 238 also.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Graham.
20-235.
35.
235.
Okay, thank you. Any other items to remove from consent? Seeing none, we have a motion to approve the remaining items. Councilman Sear, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
The first one is 20-234, and that is the request to accept the low bid of Stark Excavating for the Prospect Road Humboldt Avenue retaining wall.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to express my appreciation for the Public Works for providing the form that outlines the good faith effort that's attached. I do appreciate that being there. I would ask for Dr. Muhammad to perhaps have his name typed below the line, because he signs his name as if he is really a doctor, and so you really can't tell whose signature that is, and I'd like to know who's signing there. Second, I see that last year's 2019 goal of 18% minority use last year was 12.1%, so we've got a little bit way to go there. On this particular project, on this utilization form, the good faith form, I should say, I'm a little bit disturbed, but I'll let it go because I'm going to look for the numbers afterwards. I'm a little bit disturbed by the wording. For example, 18% of the total hours worked per trade should be performed by minority workers. 3% of the total hours worked per trade should be performed by females. 10% should be minority subcontractors, 5% should be female subcontractors. Well, we know what it should be. I'd like to know what it's going to be, what is planned. Any contractor that does any work usually presents a proposal, and on that proposal, oftentimes they know exactly who's going to do what because they have to provide a cost to the person who's going to be paying for that work. And so although I like this form that's attached, I do appreciate the effort. I'm not going to object to this item, but I would like to have this come back once the work is complete so that we know what the actual numbers were and what the should-bes actually turned out to be. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll move for approval.
Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Any additional discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-235 is the amendment to the biennial budget for the forestry services, and B is for the contract with GIMAX, and we will need separate motions and votes for those two items, please.
Councilman Gribb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will this require a two-thirds vote?
This would require a two-thirds vote. This is an increase back in the budget since the council has already reduced the budget down by $100,000.
Director Powers, could you explain to all of us why this is coming before us tonight?
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. Actually, this is a project that was put on hold the very meeting following the freeze on the budget when we went into the COVID protocols. So this has been a long-standing bid. In fact, it was opened in February. It is a stormwater project, and this falls in line with the motion that was passed at the last council meeting to free up those dollars for spend and to go forward with the projects. That is why it is going forward. It has just been waiting in queue, basically, to come before you for vote.
Let me focus on the third paragraph under the heading background. It says the budget reduction has proven to be unsustainable. That means Peoria City Council cut this part of the budget way too much, and you're coming short in terms of your ability to clear down trees, damaged trees, dead trees, etc.
Yes, sir, because we've had two major storms that have caused significant damage in the city to those trees that are already dead from the ash borer. In fact, they're still down. We would not have anticipated to have this heavy of work. So we did indeed hope this would not come to pass.
Director Powers, we have to always budget for emergencies. we know we're going to have storms. We know storms are coming this winter. Do you feel that when we have our first big storm or our next big storm, whether it be snow, ice, or whatever, that you're going to be able to dig people out of their neighborhoods in a timely fashion with the resources this council has provided?
Actually, we're in the midst of onboarding the temporary staff. Now, it's a bit off topic to this particular point, but again, there would be tree damage with that type of storm as well. But yes, we do believe with onboarding of the temporary staff that we will have for snow fighting, we do believe we'll be able to maintain the streets.
We'll have, in your estimation, the same service level as we had last year.
A diminished service level, but not as dramatic as it was originally proposed.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. A little bit louder.
A diminished service level, but not as diminished as originally proposed.
Well, I think it's going to be diminished because I don't know how you're going to be able to do as much with the resources that the council has chosen to give you, through no fault of yours, by the way, or the men and women of Public Works. So it'll be very interesting how things unfold in the weeks and months ahead. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the reinstatement of funding for Public Works Forestry Services.
Got a motion to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Kelly. Discussion. Okay. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I just would like to say that I was surprised also to read that line, the budget reduction has proven to be unsustainable. One council meeting after we put a hold on all funding sources or expenses until the end of the year. However, I do agree that this is needed. There were a lot of this last storm. There were more trees down than I'd seen in the 1st District in a long time, especially closing off some alleys. In fact, I called a couple times, and Cy already had it on the list, which I was grateful for. And so I do appreciate them coming back, Public Works coming back with this additional budget item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor, I might reinforce that this is actually stormwater funded as well.
Okay, we're on item A. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. And on item B, Councilman Grab.
Approve the increase for the budget for JIMAX for the tree stump removal
Okay.
as outlined.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Moore. Discussion on this item. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-238 is the ordinance approving a special use for the carp fishing processing, packaging, and distribution at 8606 North Pioneer Road.
Thank you. This is Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to inquire. I don't suspect I'm going to get a bad answer on this, but to inquire as to the smells that this facility might create. Now, I realize it's in a commercial district, but it's not real far north into on Pioneer. Is there anyone? Is this? Are the smells connected with such facility an issue at all, and have they been addressed?
The communication indicated that the fish arrive on ice to ensure no odor, and the placement of fish in the freezer containers once frozen. But Director Black, was this discussed in any length at the Planning Zoning Commission, or anyone else that would like to address that question?
Thank you, Mayor. This was one of the first questions that we asked, as we have for every other proposed fish processing plant that has come before us over the last few years. In this particular case, as you indicated, the fish are immediately put on ice when they're taken out of the river. They're transported in that manner to this facility where, in fact, they're frozen. The processing room in the facility is between 40 and 50 degrees. The fish are processed at that temperature, and because of the end use of the carp, it basically becomes bait. Every part of the fish is used, and then once it's processed, it's put into refrigerated trucks and then taken to the end use. So at no point does the fish reach a temperature where it could create some odor, and because all parts of the fish is used in the processing, there's no waste that is put outside into a dumpster that may also create odor.
Thank you, Director Black. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Sear?
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Ruckriegel. Any other questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at regular business. 20-242 is a communication from the City Manager and Finance Director, Comptroller, with a request to receive and file the 2019 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report audited by Clifton Larson Allen, LLP, and I believe that you've all received the audit.
Mr. Scroggins, do you want to start us off here?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This evening we have Adam Pulley from Clifton Larson Allen here to present the 2019 city audit. I included in your packets the audit, the single audit, as well as the TIF financial audits, and the fire and police pension audits, which was done by a separate accounting firm, Sikhi Chingard. With no further ado, I'll let Adam take over.
Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. Adam Pulley, principal in charge of the audit for 12/31/19. Let's see. Well, looks like the slides are not moving forward as anticipated. There we are. Perhaps. Okay. I will be going through the presentation here, largely focused on the audit results as opposed to the financial information that's within this packet that's largely for your reference. On this first page here, highlights of 2019, if you have the financial statements or if you're looking through it, this just helps kind of guide you through that large document. Page 1 is where we have our audit report. We did issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the city's financial statements. This is the best audit opinion that we can give. As Mr. Scroggins alluded to, there are 2 pension funds and a foreign fire insurance fund that are audited by other auditors, but those reports also issued unmodified or clean opinions. Page 4 would be the beginning of management's discussion and analysis. I believe I have mentioned in previous years, and I'll reiterate this year, that this is a really good spot to look and get a synopsis of what occurred during 2019 if you wanted a refresher or see what happened. So I definitely recommend that. Page 15 is where you'd be able to see government-wide financial statements on the full accrual basis. This is basically everything within the city's financials. So this will include capital assets, long-term debt, net pension liability, all that good stuff. On page 15, there would be a note of a change in net position during FY19 of a negative $2.5 million compared to FY18. That was a positive $8 million. On page 19 would be the governmental fund financial statements. This is on a basis of accounting that would be probably more in line with what you would see month to month in the financials that you look at. Change in total fund balances is positive $27 million in FY19 compared to $8 million in FY18. To clarify, that $27 million in FY19, approximately $10 million of that was due to timing of a bond refunding. That $10 million was collected by the city in December of 19 and then paid out in January of 20. So that's a little misleading on the 27 million number. Just wanted to point that out. Page 27 would be where you could find information on the Stormwater Utility Fund, which experienced a $3.7 million increase in net position during FY19. These graphs are more for your reference. I'll skip over that. So as far as findings are concerned, first of all, single audit report, which would be our audit over federal grant information. We came across no findings. Once again, we issued a clean audit opinion. There was one finding for the financial statement piece of the audit. There were material audit adjustments. This is largely to help that conversion from those two bases of accounting that I had alluded to earlier. This is a typical finding that we have had in prior years that we assist with that process. It is worth noting that in years past there have been two findings. The other finding had been a lack of segregation of duties around IT systems. The city had been working with changing softwares, and in 2019 this was not a finding that was repeated. Other items that we came across in the audit that did not reach the level of a material weakness or significant deficiency, i.e. a finding, but just other things we came across that we wanted to bring to your attention. In testing census data information, 1 out of 22 individuals in the police pension as well as the fire pension, we just know it had an incorrect hire date that was reported to the DOI. The other item that we came across, depreciation expense. During the software changes, we noted that the depreciation expense did not quite calculate as it should have, not to a material amount that required a different opinion from a clean opinion. Nevertheless, we brought this to management's attention. I believe management is already looking into addressing that. Lastly, the governance letter would be our opportunity to communicate to the council if there were any issues during the audit, any disagreements with management, any significant difficulties. We did not come across anything, so there really is nothing to report there. Needless to say, though, this was a typical audit this year. So I do want to thank the city management, certainly the finance department, for being flexible with us and helping us get through the audit. I will say there were less bumps in the road than probably I would have anticipated back in March or April when we were planning for the audit. So I appreciate that. Otherwise, I'd be happy to answer any questions there might be.
Thank you. Any questions for either our finance director or our auditors this evening? Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No question, just one comment for our city manager. I'd like to request that Mr. Pulley returns maybe 30 days from now so we can read the material. We just received this 2 inches of material here. I doubt that any of us had a chance to read in details what's in these booklets, or this book, actually. So I'd love an opportunity to get a chance to read this, because I'm sure none of us had a chance to, and maybe we can talk about it or ask questions. Maybe some meeting in October, possibly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Questions, comments, or motion to receive and file? Councilmember Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just taking a look at the Stormwater Utility Fund, you noted a $3.7 million increase in net position. Was there an outstanding balance from any residents, I guess, or?
I'm sorry, an outstanding balance?
Uncollected amounts. Is there a balance for that?
I'm not sure that I follow the question. I apologize.
So you pointing out the revenues, and I'm just like wondering if there's an amount that's not collected yet. Delinquent, yeah, very good.
I'm not sure if Jim or Mr. Scroggins or anybody from might be able to answer that. That's not something, I'm sorry, I don't know that off the top of my head.
I will attempt to answer if you look at page page 27, the statement of net position for business type activities. We reflect our receivables at the end of the year for stormwater utility of $2.3 million roughly. That is net of an estimated, I believe it was around 200,000 of uncollectible that was written off. Not written off, but deemed uncollectible at this point.
Director, I didn't hear your last words.
I said the receivables, the other receivables net are reflected of what was billed net of an estimated amount of uncollectible of about 10%. So it's about $200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for finance or the auditors? Councilman Greb?
Move to approve.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Sear. Additional comments, Councilman Kelly.
That was going to be my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, a second. If there's no further questions, please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-243 is a request to approve the declaration of local state of emergency.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Move for the approval as presented.
Motion to approve, seconded Councilman Kelly. Discussion on this item. Councilman Greb.
Mr. Chairman, it was brought to my attention that the last time we had this declaration before us, I pressed the red light instead of the green. So let the record reflect that it should have been green last time, as it will be tonight.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes with 10 ayes, 1 no. Councilman Montalongo. Madam Clerk.
20-244 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission and staff to adopt an ordinance approving a special use in a Class CN neighborhood commercial district for an assisted living, sober living facility for property at 2419 North Prospect Road.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the request of the petitioner, I would move for a 2-week deferral on this.
Okay. Motion to defer, seconded by Councilman Greb. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-226 is a request to adopt an ordinance amending Appendix A, the Unified Development Code, relating to various text amendments.
Councilman Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Oswald from Miller, Hall, and Triggs had requested privilege of the floor on this item.
Okay. Seeing no objection, Mr. Oswald.
Thank you, Mayor Artis, members of the council. I'll just take a brief minute here. First of all, I want to separate the issue of the ordinance concerning parking from any contractual issues my client might have. I'm here representing Peoria 812 Development LLC. They are the redevelopers of the former Builder's Warehouse space, just to make a more common reference to the building. Clearly, the city has the ability to set whatever parking requirements they want in any area of the city, and it's been pointed out to me, and rightly so, that our firm historically has argued against the establishment of minimum parking requirements in various districts, and I will fully admit to that. We have. Also, I want to point out, though, that it would be my opinion and my client's opinion that the warehouse district is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing throughout the city. It's not a commercial shopping center. It's not downtown. There isn't, like we have in downtown, a parking deck available. There's not a lot of parking available in the warehouse district. Secondarily, I would suggest to you that there's not a location within the city of Peoria that is going to have as much residential development packed as tightly into a boundary area as we will have in the warehouse district. Section 6.9 of this particular ordinance eliminates the parking standard in the form districts, and that would include the warehouse district. Currently, there is not a parking requirement on lots less than 12,000 square feet in the warehouse district. This would expand that to all of them. The reason why we are concerned about this particular amendment is that currently there's not a lot of off-street parking available to satisfy parking requirements. Our client is one of the early developers in the district, developing 126 apartment units, and while under the current code we meet those standards, there is concern that several larger buildings in the vicinity of our building, should they develop before there's adequate parking put together off-street, would overwhelm the streets in that area. Our intent, as is your intent, is to encourage people to move to the warehouse district in the new residential areas. And in order to make that work in the central Illinois area, we need to make it easy for the residents who want to move there to do so. So I would, at least today, encourage you to either reconsider this and take some additional time to study the issue, or vote against this particular agenda item on account of the elimination of parking requirements in the warehouse district. I'm happy to speak to any particular concerns, but I've detailed most of my arguments here and in the letter I sent to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oswald or legal or community development? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a question because I quite frankly agree with Mr. Oswald that I think I've even responded to him that we need more parking in the downtown, in the warehouse district than less. And I think we're a victim of our own success with the help of the Downtown Development Corporation in that we've got quite a few buildings coming back online. These were old warehouses that have been repurposed thanks to Representative Spain and what he has done with the historic tax credit and Representative Jahan Gordon Booth. We've been able to entice developers to come in and just make some beautiful things happen in the downtown area. And for a period of years, we have known that we needed more parking there. And so I'm in perfect agreement with Mr. Oswald, but that we need to think about this for a moment or two longer. And I would not have, and so I would like to propose that we defer this for 2 weeks so that I can then get with Director Black. Director Black has so many creative ideas that I'm putting him on notice now that I will be calling him and asking him for some more creative ideas for how we can accomplish better parking in this area. It's not going to be easy, Mr. Oswald. Quite honestly, I wish we could add water and more parking would appear. I wish we had all kind of money in the world that we could build a parking deck. And in this COVID environment, the state is having none of that. And so I'm perfectly willing to defer this for 2 weeks to give it a second look. And I'm not really promising anything because we've been looking at this 9 ways to Sunday, but I want to give it a little more time.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We have a second on the motion to defer by Councilmember Euler. Additional discussion, Councilmember Jensen.
I support the motion to defer as well for this issue, and I'd also like to consider the issue of the duplexes and permitting them in the R4 districts, which is mainly the older neighborhoods. So I thank you, Councilwoman Moore, for moving to defer that, and I hope we can have some further thought and discussion on the other issue as well. Thank you.
I think you might want to look at potentially bringing these back under separate pieces instead of all lumped in together. Councilman Grab.
Thank you. Dr. Black, when you bring it back, could you give a little more detail on how it would affect the West Main Forum District?
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-227 is a recommendation to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the code related to fees, and you have a yellow handout on your desk. The only change to that entire ordinance is just in the title. It matches the title on the agenda now.
Okay. Councilman Riggenbach.
Move for the approval.
Motion to approve. Seconded, Councilman Kelly. Discussion on this item. Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, so so inside this yellow item that we got this evening, the changes that are inside this are the changes that already were inside. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-228 is a request to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 20, Chronic Nuisance Property, Chapter 17, Fair Housing Commission, and Chapter 5, Buildings and Building Regulations of the Code of the City of Peoria as part of its litigation settlement with Hope Fair Housing.
Council Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that we've discussed multiple times that these ordinance revisions were negotiated with Hope as part of our settlement with them. And just to refresh our recollections, these ordinance amendments do a few things. One, they clarified that domestic violence and sexual assault cannot be used as a basis for action against the tenant if the tenant was a victim of those crimes. It clarifies that the city cannot use a noise offense as a basis to issue a chronic nuisance complaint if that complaint on noise has yet to be proven in court. It gives the opportunity for nuisance letters to be reviewed and approved by the legal department before being issued. It provides that tenants will also receive copies of those and that tenants will be protected from retaliation from the landlord if they contact police for assistance to cooperate with any of the administrative proceedings. It adds a private right of action for any tenants that have been retaliated against. And then finally, it does add some oversight and review by the Fair Housing Commission to annually look at the statistics that will be pulled from the police department as well as the ordinance and then provide recommendations to the body here.
And this is the same issue that we addressed in the first reading last council meeting.
Correct. No changes, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Moore. Discussion, Councilmember Moore. No discussion? Okay. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-245 is a request to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 18, Article 4, Operation of Video Gaming Terminals of the Code of the City of Peoria.
Council Peterson.
Thank you, sir. What you have before you is a proposed change to the video gaming ordinance. Right now, the existing regulation states that for a new applicant, for each of the 2 years prior to applying for a license to operate a video gaming terminal, they have to have had at least 80% of their revenue from the sale of food or beverages. There are some exceptions to that rule, however, and our existing language exempts fraternal organizations, veterans establishments, and bowling alleys from that requirement. They would be able to apply for it without that 2-year waiting period applying to them. Recently, the owner of Gone Axe Throwing had approached Councilwoman Moore in regards to whether or not the city would consider expanding the bowling alley exemption to include other indoor entertainment facilities so that it would cover facilities such as his. We did do some research and we couldn't necessarily find something throughout the state that specifically would grant that exemption to axe throwing, but there were certainly very broad exemptions for indoor entertainment facilities similar to bowling alleys or indoor golf arenas like Topgolf, for example, where these types of things would apply. At the Liquor Commission, they had generally brief but very positive comments and unanimously supported this amendment.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council Peterson, for working on this as long as you did. And the petitioner, Mr. Rudder, I think is here, and we spent a lot of time talking back and forth by text. And I fully support this expansion because it is pretty much similar to a bowling alley operation. But in addition to that, even if he was attempting to reach the 80% food goal so that he could possibly ask for this later, COVID knocked that out of the water. And he's not going to be able to do anything as far as 80%, probably not until this time next year. And so I would hope that we would agree to the expansion and so that he can have some hope of keeping his doors open. With that, I ask for your approval. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Regenbach. Is there any discussion on this item? Maybe my only question would be, and maybe since the petitioner's here or Councilmember Moore, the intention would not be to discontinue any food sales because of not being able to meet that. It's just the acknowledgement that because of the specialized business, it would be hard to achieve that.
Absolutely, and if this was going to be anywhere in our city, it would be in the warehouse district where these kinds of activities are being planned for, especially with the population that's increasing down there. So no, it's not so that he can eliminate food service at all.
So the expectation is the food, there'll still be food available for...
Yes, and I'd like to have Mr. Rudder come up and speak to that if he would. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down this evening, Mr. Rudder.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor Artis and council people. Actually, we just expanded our food menu. So now we do serve lunch. So we now open up at 11 and we're open until 8:30 p.m. during the week. So we have a full menu with carryout, Grubhub, and all that. So it's adding to our line. So we're consolidating everything into one building at 1001 Southwest Washington. So we have the escape rooms and axe throwing, and then we have a few other things planned in the future for that to make it more of an entertainment hub. So
great to hear. Appreciate your investment in our community. Thank you.
yes.
Any other questions? We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-246 is a request to receive and file the 2021 budget of the Peoria Civic Center Authority and review of their 2020 results. And there's a handout on your desk from the Civic Center.
Welcome, Mr. Edgar.
Thank you. What we're going to do this evening is we're going to kind of break down our presentation this year in three ways. We're going to kind of tell you how good we were doing, what happened due to the pandemic hitting this community and our business in particular, and then what steps we're looking forward to in the future. I want to start off with a short video. It's literally 30 seconds long, but I want to kind of give you a concept of what it is. It's 5 days in our regular life. We had Bradley basketball, Rivermen hockey, KISS, Rivermen hockey, and back to Bradley basketball in the arena over a 5-day period. We welcomed over 15,000 fans in addition to a banquet in the ballroom, Dancing with the Stars, IHSA chess tournament, and we also had 2 shows of the Broadway event, Waitress. So the KISS concerts, what you're seeing here, while they were doing this changeover till 3 in the morning, a lot of the same crew members then had to start the Waitress load-in at 6 a.m. for a 12 o'clock curtain call. It takes people who have a passion for what they do and a very specific skill set And we have to meet expectation levels of our touring shows. So what you're seeing here is literally over 110,000 pounds of equipment going up in the ceiling, above over 10,000 fans. If we make mistakes, people can get hurt. So I want you to realize when we're talking about our staff members, they're not easily replaced. They have a high skill set that we need to maintain moving forward.
The good old days before COVID.
Yeah, it's definitely hurt our industry. So, there we go. So we started off this year, just a little bit of a recap. Typically in our venue, we do about 650,000 guests. This year, we were kind of stuck at 355,000 because we stopped at just a little over 6.5 months of our fiscal year. Even with that, we did over $9 million in ticket sales, and our last event was held on March 8th, 2020. There are some quotes there from some of our folks that use us, so we wanted to let you know about local businesses to see the impact, as well as our national touring promoters, how they see Peoria as a must-play event. If we look at our ticket buying demographics, something that I found very encouraging is we don't play to one specific age group. Our age groups literally go from under 35 to senior citizens and almost equally split across the board. When we look at our income level, we also saw that we are seeing fans from all walks of life and pay scales, but more importantly, it's our distance traveled from venue. Our job is to create economic impact for the downtown. We have over 60% of our guests live more than 21 miles from the Civic Center. And really impressively, 35% of our guests buy tickets from more than 51 miles from our venue. Those are unrecycled dollars. Those are different zip codes coming to Peoria, spending their money here that do not live here. Before the pandemic, we were on record paces again. Two of our big shows that really we wanted to highlight. Our Luke Combs concert on February 8th, it sold out in under 15 minutes. It broke the venue record. And our good friends Kiss on February 15th, you just saw their stage show, and that's what you're seeing in the background. They became our highest grossing show by a group of all time. So, as most of you are aware, I've been in the market for 2 years, been able to work for a year and a half of that. And during that time, our staff has really exceeded expectations. These are the top 10 shows in the history of the venue. If you'll notice, 5 of the top 7 have happened since January of last year. Not to be outdone, our theater, and this is where we're really seeing a lot of impact of constant entertainment in the downtown area. We put up 17 shows, and again, of those, 11 of those have happened since, I believe it was November of 18. And what's really great is a lot of our shows are repeats, and you can see that the groups have moved up the charts. So we really have seen a lot of folks buying tickets, and our Steve Martin & Martin short ticket, that was a sellout, and the average ticket price on that show was over $150. Additional things we're still doing for the community. Right now, our Fulton parking lot is a COVID-19 testing site. It has been that way since April. We also have worked with partnerships with local businesses. So when our entertainers come into town, we want to give them a Peorian experience. So Papa Shot, Dags, Industry Brewing, Kitchen Cooked, and Spotted Cow are all partners, and they all get some kind of trinket when they leave town or when they're visiting with us. Our New Year's Eve event was also locally sponsored by Better Built and PNC. We actually doubled our attendance from year one, and it looked like that event was going to continue to grow. We've had really great feedback. Our hope is to do that this year, but right now, under current conditions, we cannot. In fact, since March, when our shutdown, we've only been able to host one event, and it was a St. Jude telethon, and we really appreciate the cooperations from the St. Jude organization. They did follow. We were only allowed to have 50 people, not in a room, but in the entire venue, and we never broke that rule, and they were able to raise a large sum of money. I believe it was like $5.2 million on that night at the end of the runs. So we wanted to kind of break down and let you look at our business based on event days, attendance, and revenue in our 3 main areas where we generate revenues, our 3 venues. In the arena, what you can see, and one of the reasons why we're so heavily promoting our ticketed concert shows is, one, they pay taxes. They're the only thing that adds to our admissions tax. If you can see, they're only 11% of our event days, but they comprise of over 40% of our revenue, and that's net revenue. So they're highly profitable events, and that's why they have a marquee value to us. With that being said, we're still giving A lot of time for local events such as Riverman and Bradley. And in fact, Bradley had their best year for us on attendance and revenue. And we have now got a new deal with Riverman moving forward that should be a little more beneficial for the venue and for the team. So we're hoping to grow that sport as well. In our convention center, you can see where conventions is what we do, but you can see where our per cap revenues in this, it's really banquets, where we can make actually a little bit of money to offset the cost of conventions. But we don't want to lose the fact that conventions are not designed to make money. Conventions are designed to bring people from out of town into Peoria and have them spend their money in hotels, restaurants, and the local shopping. Our theater, and this is the one that I found most interesting because our theater has actually seen the biggest growth in business over the last 2 years. Our event days are really split amongst 4 categories: local events, Broadway, concerts, and entertainment. Even with those event days, and while it's not all about money, we also wanted to get locals an opportunity to play in our venue. You will see when we go to revenue, it shifts dramatically. Broadway shows do very well, concerts and entertainment, and the local events are much smaller pieces of revenue. One thing I wanted to point out is this year, what was a little disappointing, is we had a record amount of concerts booked for the theater. We were going to do 32 concerts over a 12-month period. We got to do 17, and then COVID hit. So the numbers would have been a little bit different. We'd have seen a bigger piece of the pie for concerts, but because the season was interrupted, that's where we ended up at March. So we're going to talk a little bit more about economic impact. So the National Independent Venue Association is an organization that speaks for us venues across the country. They're currently supporting the Save Our Stages movement that I believe some of you are aware of. They did a study on the Loop in Chicago, and in that study, which you can go to the bit.ly link there and read the entire 58-page study if you'd like, they realized that for every dollar spent in an entertainment venue, there's $12 spent in the community. So we wanted to see what that would look like here in Peoria. But I think we all can agree, Chicago is more expensive than Peoria. So we took half. We figured 50 cents on the dollar. Even at 50 cents on the dollar, over the last 5 years, $542 million of economic impact revolves around the Civic Center. Just take that number in, that's over $500 million. Now we're going to talk about direct expenses. We pay taxes. We're not a tax exempt. We do not want to be a drain on the tax base. We had our event year cut short, as we've talked about. And even with our year cut short, we paid the second most amount of taxes in the last 5 years directly back to the city of Peoria. That's because of ticketed sales and food and beverage sales. The more times we do those type of events, it drives the number up. And one of the things that I've talked to our board about is even if we have an event that breaks even for the venue, it's a great event for us because of the economic impact that it generates in the community. So not everything has to be KISS and a big, huge winner. We can do those break-even events, and it works out. And by the way, they still pay their taxes. State of Illinois, we pay taxes to the state on top of it. And this year, you can see we were on pace to have our highest generating year in tax revenue for the state of Illinois coming into the shutdown. Even on what we call a half a year, I believe our numbers add up to about $600,000 in taxes we paid directly back to the state of Illinois and the city of Peoria. Venue ticket sales, this is the one that we really like. Even with 6 months, it was our third best year in the last, I believe it's last 7 years we put up. We were on pace to give last year's record year a run for their money. We're going to talk about some of the events we lost, but you can see on the bar graph that we were still on that upward trend. This is the hard one. These are the events we lost, just in the theater and the arena. When a show cancels, we actually lose money because we had advertising out that we'd already bought on the show. When a show reschedules, we're going to get that, but it's going to float to the following year. On that list, and this is the hard part because we were on such a roll, 11 events were trending to sellouts. We lost 1 arena sellout in Reba McEntire and 10 theater sellouts that would have added to our bottom line. Our projections prior to COVID is that we were going to be $500,000 in the black. So my company, ASM, the question is, what are we doing when we're not doing shows? Honestly, I'm seeing more value in ASM now than when we were doing events. We're going to talk about the Venue Shield policy and procedures around COVID in the next slide. Our staff is currently working on project timelines and reaching out to our peers in our network. When that $25 million capital fund comes in, so we can have all the background work ready to go, and once those funds are released, we'll be able to move quickly. I spend all day on the phone. I'm still working the phones with agents, promoters, our marketing resources, our local corporate partners, trying to maintain the consumer confidence in what we're doing. That Peoria is going to be here. We're going to be ready to have our events when we can come back. The trick is we just don't know when that's going to be. I would say it's become a little more challenging because our industry, Feld Entertainment, released over 90% of their employees. Cirque du Soleil, 95%. And this is where it gets a little tough because these are our friends. A lot of people are losing their jobs, and people that have been in this industry for 20, 25 years. Great people. It's not their fault, and that's one of the reasons why we're looking for local and state support to keep us running. Also, one of the things that we're doing, and I'll get to, is we still have to stay in the building 24/7. That is, it's a lot of equipment in that building, and if anything fails in the middle of the night and we're not there, it can lead to 6 figures of damage very quickly. We had 9 inches of rain on a weekend. Because we had staff in there, we were able to extract the carpets and save some of the venue, and we limited the damage to about $2,500. Our friends at the Pear Marquette had a 6-figure bill that same weekend. So we really have to maintain the building. Even though you don't see events, we have to have a presence around the clock. So here's our Venue Shield program. I'm going to give you a 2,000-page document in a minute or less. We have 6 pillars that we're looking at: environmental hygiene, food service, customer journey, technology and equipment, workforce. We're taking each of these pillars to our safety committee so we can localize it for Peoria, because one size does not fit all. You can't do what you're doing in a major NFL stadium and do it here in Peoria, and also a small theater doesn't translate. With us, with our 3 distinct venues, it's a little bit tricky, but we formed this committee and we're doing one pillar at a time with local experts so that when we are back and open, we have a localized plan to bring the safest environment we can to our fans. American Theater Guild, this is a group that I'm really excited about, and we were doing a lot of great things with them prior to the pandemic, and we're going to continue. They're the largest nonprofit group that books Broadway across the country. Why did we get a partner? We got a partner for a couple reasons. We usually have to wait an extra 30 to 40% time to get the big shows. You know, it took 15 years to get Lion King. Those were the things that got people excited. The Theater Guild buys all across the country, and what we did is we found out we fit perfectly in the route for them to get from Toledo, Ohio to Kansas City. You look right there on the map, we're right in the middle. So what we're doing is we're finding unique brands with them, and with them, by them being a nonprofit, they put money back into the local community through their education programs. So one of the shows that we were doing this year that we probably would have never looked at previously was Turning 15 on the Road to Freedom. This is an opportunity for us to get to the middle school kids and make them Broadway fans. That is the story of Linda Blackman. She was the youngest person to walk from Selma to Montgomery, and she was jailed 9 times before her 15th birthday. These are the type things that speak to the community here that never goes to Broadway shows. And we can make it at a cost-effective with this nonprofit group and introduce them. This event is currently scheduled for Black History Month, and if we're allowed to do it, we hope to be able to reach out to the schools, but obviously COVID threw a little wrench into our plans. The other thing I want to point out is not all shows make money. With this group, we have 0 risk in our Broadway series. They take on all the risk, and we are guaranteed a profit whether the show sells well or if it fails. This was something for us to remove the risk, give us some risk indemnification for our Broadway series. They're bringing us great shows. They're going to bring them to us sooner, and we have no risk. It was a win-win for everybody involved. The community asset is what really put it over the top. I'm going to kind of go through these a little quicker because I know I'm over my time. This is the Theater Guild. It kind of shows their programs. And one of the great things is because they're doing 2 months of shows in a row, they're going to be able to get things with the talent, and they try to get them into the schools or bring the schools to them, not during shows, and have that Broadway experience for the kids here, because that's who we're really targeting. We're targeting our fans for the next 15 years, not the ones that we just have for today. Really, the community impact is something we can't overstate. We have a lot of folks here. These are just our downtown. One thing I want to be really clear on is our security, our police force, our fire department, we rely on them, but we pay them. They're not a drain on the taxpayers. When we have shows, we pay our police department to be there. We pay our fire department to be there. We have a great relationship with them. Our EMT service is all things we pay for. So again, not a drain. We actually reinvest in the community, and that is at a tone of more than $500,000 a year on third parties that we pay to work with us in the building. This is where it gets a little personal. These are our employees. You can see that pre-COVID, we had a much larger pool of employees working in our venue. That pool has been shrunk down to less than 25, but I think the next slide actually gives you a better indication of how much we've taken a hit and how quickly we move. By the way, we made our first mitigation on March 13th. We closed March 13th, we mitigated staff. Did another mitigation in April, and then in July, we actually had to cut even further just to try to keep our money down. We have averaged over 5,500 hours a week, employees for over 4 years. That is how many people we employ. Since April 1st, that number is down to 364. Prior to April 1st, we had never had a week where we employed less than 2,200 hours of people. So when we say we cut deep, 90% of our staff was displaced. The ones of us that are left have an average pay cut of 47%. We're doing everything we can to show how much we care about the taxpayers' money and trying to stretch it as far as we can. You can kind of see our highest staffing of a week is 455. Our lowest was 150. We're talking about less than 25 employees to get us through the next year. So now we've kind of given you the doom and gloom. We really want to make you understand that when we're looking for money to keep us afloat, we need to keep a core group of passionate individuals in our venue so that when things come back, they're great. So let me remind you a little bit about history. I'm a history buff. After the Spanish flu came the Roaring 20s. And one of my heroes, Mark Geiger, who is used to be the head of the World Entertainment of William Morris Music, when the current pandemic subsides, it'll give way to a second Roaring 20s 100 years later. That is what we're hoping for, and I think that's what we have to look forward to. If we just decide to cut, walk away, we're not going to be ready for the growth. We see this growth coming in the second or third quarter of next year, and in the meantime, we need to keep the building operation, and we need to keep a passionate group of people there so that we can experience the Roaring 20s when we come back. And finally, our friend Luke Combs, I love this. This is his new song. He talks about, getting back together when we can all not be 6 feet apart. So if you country music fan, pop it in your stereo. It's a nice song. I don't even like country music, but I love this one. And with that, that's what I've got to tell you about the Peoria Civic Center and our annual report for this year.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgar. Just so there's no confusion, this is the annual opportunity for the Civic Center to give their report. So this isn't to be confused with the agenda item that we're going to have regarding the budget and how we're going to potentially try to help out with the Civic Center. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that this is the annual report part, and then which Mr. Edgar's here and can answer questions. There's members of the authority here regarding the budget and so on, and any of the changes that they've had to make this year to try to adjust to COVID. But the actual discussion that we're going to have in terms of trying to assist keeping the lights on will come actually in the very next item. So I had Councilmember Rucker go first, and then Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you for that energetic presentation. And anybody out in the listening audience may think that you were gasping a little bit for breath there because of the mask. I think they should know that you are this energetic about the Civic Center every single time that you talk about it. And that is true energy and true passion. And thank you very much for that. One of the things that I think you really exuded here very, very well for not only the council but for the full city is the fact that we often think of the Civic Center as the event. We're lucky to be able to do that because we get to go and enjoy it. But what you really showed in these pages here really is the fact that you are a job creator, you are a tax generator, and you're also an outside revenue engine. And I think that those three pieces are often forgotten whenever we talk about the shows that go in there or being able to attend an event, because we get to enjoy the work of a lot of people who spend a lot of hours
unseen to be able to make it happen. So thank you very much, first off, for being able to really draw our attention to that. And the fact that what you've done over the past couple of years is actually increase the number of taxes that you reinvest back into the rest of the city. Extremely important there. A couple of questions, and I know we're going to be talking about finances in a little bit later on. But first off, there's something that you and I have talked about that's not really in here, and it's about the relationships that you've built and why Peoria. And there's a generation that's happening because of having great experiences for people that are choosing to play Peoria, which is kind of keeping that flywheel going to be able to bring better and better shows. Can you just talk real quickly about that? Because I think that that's an important piece that you have brought us in the short time frame that you've been here.
Well, I think what we're talking about is how civic centers are traditionally funded and what our responsibility is. And it's kind of the spoke on the wheel type thing that we've talked about. So we bring events into town, and then those events then stay at hotels, they shop, they go to restaurants, and then those events then fund the HRA tax. Then the HRA tax traditionally rolls back into the venue. And then that circular wheel, when it's pumping, everybody does well, and it takes the whole community to fill it. So we were kind of getting closer to that model working. So last year was the first time, was only the second time in I believe 16 years that the venue was profitable on its operating budget, and we were way ahead of budget this year, being profitable again. I would like to point out is when we say we lost events, we didn't just lose events, but we lost our HRA money. So on March 8th, all funding got cut off. Even if we had just maintained our HRA funding, which we had budgeted 20% less than what we did last year, we would have made budget even though we were shut down for 5.5 months. So it's not from a lack of effort, it was just from a lack of inventory, and then it was just the whole wheel busted. I mean, when we couldn't do events, the HRA went away, and the whole wheel just fell apart. That kind of hit what you were going at?
That is, and also too, if you can talk about the Peoria effect, because you've actually made, as bands come through, as entertainment come through, they are actually leaving with their experience in Peoria. You're not letting that just be the backstage of Anywhere USA, but you are really branding the experience that they're seeing. If you can talk a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, it was really important for us. So in the previous pictures, actually I have control. Give me just 1 second. One of the things that we think is just super cool is our friends at DAGS. So in the pictures with Luke Combs, when we met him in KISS, we get them custom-made DAGS boards, and it's a version of cornhole that you can play with dice on a countertop. So it's two local guys, and Chris and Nate, I'm thinking about you. You guys are awesome. They build these custom, and we give them to the artist. And I knew that in particular, this is that backstage story. Gene Simmons is the biggest collector of KISS stuff anywhere in the world. He has a house devoted to his stuff. Gene loves it. I've worked with him twice, and both times we got something cool, but when he saw the DAGS board, he was stopped, and he goes, breaks character, goes, that's really awesome. I love that. Good job. And that right there just warmed us because he noticed it. He's on these tours. He's been doing this for 40 years. For him to take a moment out of that day and see that. And then our friends with Papa Shot, we actually have custom-made Papa Shots back of house. And so when KISS comes in, it becomes the KISS Papa Shot. So when they're back there hanging out, having dinner, they have their own Papa Shot. And I can tell you they liked it because anything that had the word KISS on it that was localized somehow mysteriously didn't stay in the room after the show. It left with the band. So we try to give them a little piece of that. So and we're working at in creating an even more enhanced experience. So I know that we had the Axe Thrower guys. I got to talk to them because there's got to be a way we can get them on board with our stuff.
And just one last question, or actually not a question, but I guess a request just for a little bit of information for the council and for I think for the rest of our listeners. With the changeover in how Broadway is sold, that also is going to really open up our local kids to be able to come and experience Broadway where maybe they haven't before. And as our kids are our future, I think that there's a partnership there that's going to allow.
Absolutely.
So can you talk on that?
The revenue that comes in from the show, so since it's a nonprofit, their mission is to reinvest in the communities that they're in. So we kind of glossed over it, and I should have given it more time, but We really want to get to those middle school kids because that's where they see the most bang for the buck in getting them interested in Broadway and trying to teach them about back of the house jobs and also in front of the camera or on the stage. So when we met with the Theater Guild and we introduced them to our board, the enthusiasm they had for Broadway, we literally felt we had taken Broadway to where we could locally. When they came on board, we immediately saw that this is an opportunity to get those big shows. So, you know, how do I put it? Everybody wants to talk about Hamilton. Hamilton is the #1 requested thing we get in every survey by far. No big country shows. We wouldn't see Hamilton for 5-10 years. But with the Theater Guild, we're hoping to cut that time in half. So that's, we want to bring the great stuff to town. And I can't go on enough about, we were always a little skittish because we have had history here where we've brought in the big Broadway show thinking it would be great, and we had to commit to a week, and it didn't work, and the venue was on the hook for the loss. This would take that loss potential away from us and also give us access to the good stuff earlier, and we were going to be able to start involving kids. I mean, it just seemed like the perfect win-win-win scenario. And by the way, they do this across the country, and everyone we talked to verified this. So it wasn't like we just went at it willy-nilly.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Euler next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. You mentioned in the presentation that one of the things that you're doing right now, as we all see, is the COVID-19 testing facility. I was just curious if that had any manpower or financial effect on the Civic Center, whether it be positive or negative.
I'm not going to, no, not really. I mean, we have to take care of that lot. So the only thing that made it a little challenging when the National Guard was there, they had 24/7, so we were sealed off from the area. And we got some reminders that there was some landscaping that they would like to have done, but when the National Guard's not letting you in to your own site, you don't cross it. Now that it's been localized, we've been able to do that. The only thing is we haven't explored any opportunities like for drive-in shows and things of that nature that may have gone there. But to be honest, I think the COVID-19 testing, even though it's not a revenue generator, is much more important to the community right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Edgar? Councilman Grabe.
Mr. Edgar, thank you very much for coming before us tonight. I suspect when you came to Peoria, you did not anticipate that you would be presiding during time of a pandemic.
I think that's fair to say for everyone in this room.
I love the quotation. When this current pandemic subsides, this will give way to a second roaring 20s 100 years later. So be preparing for the post-pandemic period. But what touched me the most in your presentation was your visible concern for your personnel. They're people. They're not working. They're our talent. They're part of your team. And I hope we don't lose too many of them as they sort their way through this economic time that has so much disarray and dysfunction to it. But you're here for a reason, and I know that you can guide us in the right direction once this contagion subsides. And I'm so glad you're here in Peoria, and I want to thank Mr. Bartolo, who's here, and Councilor Ruck Riegel for the great work you do with the Peoria Civic Center. You have a great leader, and you're doing a great job, all three of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very kind of you to say.
I have Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any question for Mr. Edgar, but just want a couple comments. Number one, thank you for being here tonight. I really appreciate your presentation and how passionate you are about the Civic Center. Civic Center got me here. That's what introduced me to Peoria in 1985, and I'm still here 35 years later, so I understand your passion. It's a jewel for our community, and hopefully we can restart that engine that you did such a great job with before COVID-19. I just want, like I said, I don't have any question, but I'd like to invite you to come back to visit with us on a quarterly basis, because I know we have an agreement, and I know Mr. Manager knows that also. We're supposed to get a report, okay? There's an agreement between the Civic Center and the City of Peoria for you to come back on a quarterly basis and talk to us about what's going on, and especially now for the fact that you will you will need some money. I'd love to invite you back on a quarterly basis per our agreement and maybe discuss look at more of the numbers. This is a great presentation. Personally, I'd like to see more numbers. Like you saw, I know you still got most of us have a couple inches of reading to do on our desk here, but I'd love to see an example of the audit for the Civic Center for 2019. Just some numbers that I'd like to know so that if we move forward with a loan, that at least we understand what the numbers are. I mean, the Civic Center is a jewel for us, but for me, I don't understand the numbers because there's no numbers right now. So I'd just like to invite you to come back on a quarterly basis and maybe discuss with us more about the numbers and what's going on at the Civic Center. So thank you very much for your passion and for your presentation tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also thank Mr. Ecker for being here. I remember speaking with you inside the Pure Marquette last year when you were excited about what 2020 was going to bring and all the new shows and everything that was going to happen, and this wasn't on your crystal ball. But thank you for all that you've been doing there, particularly because a lot of your workers came out of my district, and particularly a lot of them came out of the south side of Peoria. And so when you see that Roaring 20 start up again, make sure you let me know. We make sure you have the number of people that you need to run the operation the way you've been running it. I'm also glad to hear that you're already planning for what I hope will be the monies coming from the state when they can, because the Civic Center needs freshening up. We've been talking about that for some time now, and I'm glad to hear that there were staff on board to keep that water from doing more damage than it did. So thank you for all you do. We do appreciate what the Civic Center brings to the table, and I don't see a place where Peoria doesn't have a Civic Center. So thank you.
That's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further lights for questions or comments, but I'd just like to echo everyone else, Mr. Edgar, and we've gotten to know each other pretty well since you came over here, and I know how dedicated you are to that building over there. When we were in the midst of all the craziness of events in the arena and the theater and the exhibition space and everything else, you were just always there, as your staff was too. But it's been I think a long time since we've had a person over there that has really been as hands-on as you've been, and it really shows. So I know that the other council members and I have gotten a lot of communication from folks in the community that are very concerned that we make sure that that you guys survive this. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that here in a couple minutes, but that a lot of that is a reflection on you and your leadership over there, and the dedication that you have, the loyalty that you've built with the folks that work for you over there. So we want to thank you for that. Also, for anybody that might be listening that also wants to get numbers and understand the budget more, I know your numbers are posted every month, so people can, if they really want to see those numbers, they don't have to wait for a quarterly basis. They can get there and really look into your numbers as well. Is that right?
Yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because we do have monthly reports to a finance committee that we meet once a month, and we go into detail over those numbers, so we're very transparent. We got no secrets. When things were getting tough, we shared it. When things were going good, we share that. The only thing I would like to state, and I appreciate the accolades that you're giving to the venue, while they kind of seem to be focused on me, and that's kind, it's really about the staff we have. I'm just one person. There's no way I can run a 100,000-seat convention center, 10,000-seat arena, and a theater if I didn't have great people. And I've worked in this industry for a long time in a lot of venues. This staff and the little bit we're trying to hold on to, and we'll talk about specifically, they are very key to our success. Without them, it's just a building. It's really the people that make it work.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no more questions from the council on this item, we entertain a motion to receive and file. Councilman Euler, seconded by Councilmember Moore. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry. That was a mistake.
One item too soon? Okay.
One item too soon.
Okay. Can't wait to get into that budget. I know how you guys are. We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Please cast your ballots. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Probably going to stay close just in case we have any questions on the next item as well.
Absolutely.
Madam Clerk.
We're at unfinished business. 20-125 is a request to approve the recommended 2020 to 2021 budget restructuring as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, Mr. Manager.
Thank you. Just by way of background, I wanted to just open up with and kind of just quickly recap how we're here and with this recurring item. But back in April, we presented to you our projected revenue impacts due to the COVID-19 pandemic. At that time, we thought we'd see about a $54 million reduction in revenues. At the May 12th meeting, the council directed the city manager to come back with recommended $10 million in operational cuts. Those were presented to you on May 26th with a proposal to reduce 94 positions and to cut our contractual services by $3.3 million. Council directed the city manager to reduce 33 non-public safety positions in City Hall, Community Development, Public Works, and Police, and to reduce 5 vacant firefighter and 7 vacant police officer positions. On June 23rd, you adopted an early retirement incentive as the council, and on August 25th, the council approved a voluntary separation initiative for firefighters. At the September 1st city council meeting, the council approved the decommissioning of 2 engine companies, 22 positions in the fire department as total. Also on the September 1st meeting, the council approved the issuance of $10 million in working cash bonds. At the September 8th city council meeting, the council approved the suspension of capital projects. So at this point, there's really one remaining decision point for the city council, the direction regarding funding for the Peoria Civic Center due to the loss in revenues resulting from COVID-19. As we discussed at last week's meetings, there's really 3 options for the Civic Center. Much of their debt service falls off in 2026 and 2027, so the city could borrow additional working cash and structure those debt service payments to be backloaded once the current Civic Center debt is exhausted. The city could also loan the Civic Center funds and get repaid from future HRA tax proceeds. And then lastly, the city should work with our state legislators for assistance for the Civic Center from the state of Illinois as well. So that's really the remaining item that we have that's here in front of the council this evening. And with that, I think that there may be some discussion council would want to have about that or any other items as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Ruckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think we're lucky on the agenda tonight because this item follows the presentation right beforehand. And while that was our annual sort of report, I think it goes to the effect of what could happen and what we would look like if there would be no Civic Center. City Manager, I know you've spent quite a bit of time working with both staff and the board, individual board members as well, on trying to find various solutions to be able to help the Civic Center over the situation, which we probably, as I think Rick once mentioned to us early on, was they will be the first thing to close because of the capacity issues and probably one of the last things to fully reopen. We see them as an incubator. We see them as a job creator. But right now, we've got to be able to keep the building intact, to be able to keep the team intact that we have. And, in talking with staff there, they're doing jobs that they never thought they would need to do. Just because they might have been hired in a position and were working in that position when the Civic Center was open, they now are doing whatever it takes to be able to keep the Civic Center ready for that next day that we'll be able to welcome the concerts. And I know Rick has used the term lost on concerts, but when you talk to him, he'll remind you that most of those concerts are rebooking. They're not leaving Peoria. They're going to happen. It's just a matter of when they can. With that in mind, and with us understanding the impact that this has also on our working community once this thing gets back open, I'll make a motion to put a $4 million working capital bond, 10-year bond, paid for by HRA taxes in the queue. Right now, we've got about 7 years of bond payments right now for HRA for the last expansion. This would allow us, as soon as that's paid off, to be able to work this bond out. My understanding is that money would come over time a little bit as needed, but it would also allow that if there are funds, and they are, I can tell you staff's right now looking for funds through various grants, both on the state and the federal side. If those come into fruition, then we can retire that, and that bond doesn't have to be there. But we need to be able to let the Civic Center know and the people know that the Civic Center is going to be here for its next heyday, for those next roaring 20s. And so with that, I would make the motion to put a $4 million working capital bond.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Euler. Discussion on the motion, Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be speaking in favor of the motion of Councilman Ruckriegel. This sounds to me like a very good proposition. This is not actually going to cost City Hall or city taxpayers anything extra. We don't have anything extra anyway, but as the Civic Center bonds pay out and mature, our last maturity, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Manager, with our renegotiation, our last maturity is 2028. Is that correct?
With the $10 million that council had directed us to restructure, that would be correct.
Right, but that included...
That would be the last payment year would be 2028.
And that included the bonds on the Civic Center expansion?
Correct.
Yes, okay. So we can put this bond issue out there, pay interest through the intervening years. Currently, the HRA tax is generating, or was generating, around $7 million a year. That lasts the year after the bonds are paid off. We've got HRA money, bingo, to pay off this $4 million and whatever interest. This is, to me, a great financial opportunity for us to keep this gem of ours alive without having us to find another $4 million in our rather dry well. So I'm very happy with this motion, and we'll be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And if the state or feds come through with any money, we may not even have to go that route.
That is correct.
Okay. I had Councilman Euler. Did you have something, Councilman Euler? Okay. Is there anyone else on this motion? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple questions, and I'm not sure. I'll direct them to the city manager right now. What happens if our HRA tax, the revenue isn't high enough to support or to pay off the bond each year?
So if the HRA tax revenues aren't sufficient to pay off the debt like we're anticipating this year to be, we have to find other general fund revenues in order to make up those debt service payments. So this year, with where we've seen hotel taxes drop off and restaurant taxes drop off and amusement taxes drop off, we're not anticipating that we're going to completely cover with revenues coming in, the debt service payments will be required to make. So I think it's about, the last estimate Finance had, it's about $70,000 of other revenues we're going to have to pull out of the general fund to make those debt service payments.
That's for this year? This year?
That's current revenues that are coming in to pay the bonds that are due in December. So that's one of the reasons why we asked that we restructure some of those current debt service payments so that we could lower that down at the end of this year when all of those payments are due. We account for it now, and it has to be paid by January 1st of the next year. So that's the reason why we look at it that way. And then that lowers that contribution down so that we can live with the resources we have. We're looking at the restructuring that council had directed us to look at for debt. We're anticipating probably about $4 million of HR-related debt restructuring savings in this current fiscal year. So that will free that up for us. So
For this next fiscal year, you think we'll have enough in the HRA?
I think next year in the HRA we're anticipating in the budget that we've projected out. We project out that that HRA taxes will rebound, and we had a slide up at the last council meeting that showed that we were anticipating growth in both hotels and in restaurants, just based upon the new levels that we got from this year because of COVID. And we think that next year we should be close to being able to cover that and then provide some additional, per our agreements we have with the Convention and Visitors Bureau and with the Civic Center, that there may be funds available for those entities.
So do you have a ballpark at what the amount is?
Sure. I think in the packet, the revenues on page 7 in the attached packet show that we anticipate that the 2020 budget, we should see $7.7 million of HRA taxes this year. But if you remember, everything happened after the first quarter. So we had been, per our agreement, been paying out to the Convention and Visitors Bureau and to other funds per our agreement that money, and then it all dried up. So that's why we don't think we'll have enough. Beginning in 2021, we should have $9.1 million that we're anticipating in HRA taxes collected, and then that grows to 9.9 and then 10.5 in 2023. We've been pretty conservative in terms of our revenue projections for HRA taxes going forward, just simply because we don't know yet what that's going to have. It seems to be the one that's been the most elastic for us in terms of revenues. Sales taxes, for example, are down, but they're not down as much as the amount of hotel traffic that we've seen or the amount of amusement traffic that's been happening in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Mr. Manager, I didn't hear that number that you told my colleague. What's the debt service by the end of this year? What do we need to pay for the debt?
The debt service is a little over $6 million for this year that we'll have to pay.
And because you did restructure our debt service, now we're going from 2026 to 28, you said?
Correct.
So
What we would be looking at, and we'll be presenting that, once we have the bond sale, those numbers back to you. Once the debt service is finally paid off at the Civic Center, there will be another portion of the restructured debt that will have to be paid in that next fiscal year out of HRA taxes. Again, the Civic Center debt is paid for with hotel, restaurant, and amusement taxes unless we don't have enough to make that payment.
It's $6 million. Is that a level payment for the next 8 years?
No, it grows slightly. I think it's 6.3 million next year, then 6.6, 6.9, 7 million, and then 6.9 and 6.6. And so it's just got a staggered schedule. Yeah.
Okay. Just last question. I'd really be interested in seeing why is my colleague selecting $4 million? Where's that money going to, or what's going to pay for? Is that for 1 month, 6 months, a 12 months of operation? What's $4 million covers for the Civic Center?
Maybe if I could ask Mr. Edgar to come up and he can talk to you about what the $4 million would do for the Civic Center over the next several months.
The $4 million is an annual. It would allow us to have up to 20 employees back on our roster and just to give you you saw the numbers earlier, we normally have 51, would allow us to buy, paint cans. Like right now, we're kind of reactive in our building. We need to have some supplies so we can actually do the work that is on our list that we've been unable to do for the past 6 months. Additionally, we have not been able to pay the local businesses from back for events in March and April. We do have a little bit of accounts receivable. We have one major one, but we've been able to get money. But a lot of what we're doing is trying to make up those bills that we haven't been able to pay when we got shut down. And then it's utilities. I mean, it's still a large building, but we still have to keep utilities operational so we don't freeze pipes. We still have an obligation to remove snow. So there's a lot of additional things that go into an annual budget. Our normal budget's closer to 7 million, so we've kind of reduced it down to about half, with the anticipation of having to pay off our existing creditors as part of that 3.8 million.
Last question.
Sure.
So, and it's a very difficult question for your answer, I realize that. How long would it start? You know, let's say we would have a cure tomorrow for COVID-19. How long would it start? How long would it take you to restart the operation at the Civic Center? Like, instead of giving you maybe $4 million tonight, could we do $2 million for the next 6 months, hoping that we can restart your operation 6 months from now and not being on the hook for $4 million? Is that, I mean, it's kind of hard question for you to ask, but that's something that you're open to.
No, I mean, it's $4 million, you know, the amount's over the course of the year. We also have money in there for repairs and maintenance. So, yes, you could give us a lower amount, but if we have a catastrophic failure in the building with equipment, then we have no cash flow to cover those bills. One of the biggest challenges we have now, and this is where it gets into a human element and not just numbers on a page, is we have partners that have been with the Civic Center for 20 and 25 years that are supporting us today, but we have to rebuild that consumer confidence. Their concern is that we're not going to be here, that this council is going to choose to not fund us, and therefore we cannot pay for the work they've already done, much less the work we'll do in the future. So part of this is also taking a bet on the community. We've got to make those folks know that we actually care about them, because it goes beyond numbers right now. So when you say that, I think we're not saying, hey, come write us a check and put it on our account today and let us go crazy. That's not what we're anticipating to do. What we're asking is to let us have 33% of our staff in the building versus what we normally have, so that when we go back in operational, we're not starting from ground zero. You can't replace people that have had Tom, don't mean to get you in media, but our engineer's been in the building since day one. Tom loves that building. If we cut Tom off, we can't replace 38 years of experience just by grabbing another engineer off the street. I mean, this doesn't happen. I kind of get passionate because we had to let people go who love this business. It is not a job. It is something that gets in your blood. And that's the people we're trying to hold on to, because they're the ones that are going to come back roaring when it's time for that to happen. So I'll be more than happy to share numbers. That's important. I don't disagree with that. It's more important to remember that we're talking about people who did record business in this venue. You had it for 40 years. They were killing it. That's what we're asking for. Keep those people here. And that also goes for our folks that work with us. I mean, we have the folks that do our elevator inspections. We haven't been able to pay them. That's not right. So we're asking to be able to pay those folks and have a little bit of capital so we can bring back staff and get the building ready for when we can reopen.
Thank you. Councilmember Ali next.
Mayor Artis, Mr. Edgar, can you explain your past and present activities to solicit private funds to support the Civic Center, perhaps in the form of a foundation or?
Not a non-for-profit, so we haven't had that previously. So it's not that it's a bad idea, it's just that with us being a for-profit company, most organizations that give donations or fund are looking for nonprofits to do that with. And where we have some successes with our sponsorships. And one of the challenges this year, which led to that number getting larger from when we originally went out, is all of our sponsors have told us, we're here for you. We want to be here for you. We have one problem. When your doors are closed, our folks are not seeing our sponsorships, so we want to be credited for that time you're closed. So in essence, we lost a year's worth of sponsorships, which are $500,000 to $600,000. So 60 days ago, when we thought maybe we'll be open in the fall, that all fell off. So I guess it's not a foundation so much, but we go to sponsorships to generate funds.
I guess what I wanted to point out, I mean, there are school districts, there are school districts, there are colleges, there are other municipalities that establish foundations that are not-for-profits that support those municipalities or those institutions. And my thought is that looking forward, this area is very generous. People are very passionate about giving to organizations and activities that they're interested in. And I would think a lot of people love the Civic Center and want to keep the Civic Center, as I do, in our community in the long run. But, you know, I think the establishment of a foundation organization to help support the Civic Center will reduce the reliance on city funding in the years ahead. So I would ask that you consider looking into something like that in terms of private sector funding to help support your needs. And I'm going to support the motion here because I want to see the Civic Center continue. I understand the loss of talent and the impact that that could have on the organization overall. But, you know, the elephant in the room is that just not long ago, this same body cut 2 fire engines. And that's tragic. At the same time that we're approving this, we cut 2 fire engines providing basic public safety services to our community. And I hope that we revisit that and that we can have the same level of passion at resolving that problem just like we're trying to resolve this problem. So, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Kelly, did you have something?
Myself off, I think.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't go over you there. Okay. Seeing no other lights on this part of it, Councilman Ruck Regal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so the public out there, I think, can understand, because they may understand why we're here tonight. And the Civic Center cannot bond for their own money. They have to go through the city to be able to do that. They cannot borrow. They don't have the capabilities. There are legislative restrictions that we can't do that. And tonight, we're not voting on supporting or paying for the support of the Civic Center. This is not a GoFundMe page. What we're doing is we are helping the debt issuance for them to be able to survive. There's no 2023 without 2022 and 2021. And I think you heard it tonight about a lot of the restrictions and expenses that have been drawn down by people who were literally carrying this as they go to work because they are taking less funds, they're working jobs that they didn't plan on, and they are participating to be able to make sure that we see that new light. But there's also a lot of expenses across the board that we've done that as well, and you can see that whenever we're talking about a $4 million budget. $4 million sounds like a lot. It really does. It's something that Rick and I sat down with and went through, because I think unless you see the utility bills that stack up for this, it's kind of hard to imagine that it can actually cost that much, or what the insurance, but it's there. But we are not cutting them a check and supporting their operations. What we are doing is we are offering, and this motion is about debt issuance, which will be paid through the HRA. Doesn't come out in another way, but this is to be able to make sure that they have that success. And with that, they will be able to bring back their people and re-employ that large group that we saw that was right here on the screen, because this really is an economic engine. So I appreciate everybody's support for this motion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm seeing no further lights. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manager.
At this point, I think that's all we had to cover, unless there's anything else council may want to discuss.
Councilman
But
Graham.
at this point, I think that the budget is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we all support our Civic Center, and our votes have just reflected that. And we have to realize that our HRA money cannot be used to support our fire rescue services or our police services. Manager, many of us here are very concerned about the well-being of our citizens with the decommissioning of 2 engines, closure of 2 firehouses. I would like to ask you and or Director Scroggins if we could amend the motion that I was certainly going to make to ensure that we take care of the safety of our citizens and that of our brave firefighters, to have another working cash bond reduced by the amount that we just approved for the Civic Center.
Councilman, could you clarify that just so I make sure I hear it correctly? That
Well, we took care of the Civic Center.
Correct.
To the tune of $4 million. And my motion would have included the Civic Center. We would not have not included them.
Right.
Because they're an integral part of the Peoria family. But so are our citizens who need protection. So what about an $11 million working cash bond reduced by the $4 million that we have already approved, and rightfully so, for our Civic Center?
I certainly think that's a policy consideration that council could take if that's something that the council wanted to move forward with. If you wanted to look at some sort of borrowing in that regard to restore 1 or 2 of the machines, that's certainly something to consider.
Yes, and I certainly would. We've been conversing about this for some time, and I've been conversing with many of you for some time about doing just that. Director Scroggins, I think it would be helpful for me, I believe also for my colleagues, to understand some of the arcane aspects of securing a working cash bond and how that would work if we do that now for the fire department.
Yes, Councilman. Currently, the council has approved a $10 million working cash bond, so I can start with what you've approved already. The idea would be that I would issue those bonds should cash be insufficient to continue to make payments. If cash flow is consistent, I would wait until I really needed it. So does that mean at the end of December, January, February? It could all depend on what the revenues do in the next 3 months. Right now, through the end of December, I still have a surplus of cash based on my projections, compounded with the restructuring, et cetera. So theoretically or ideally, I would issue the working cash bonds only if we needed them and when we needed them. And it would pull that trigger all at one time.
You know, and the council knows, that we have an unfair labor practice charge against the city that will, in all likelihood, cost us north of $500,000. My motion here contemplates, if Local 50 will agree to it, President Brady is here tonight, providing the restoration of those 2 engines and also jettisoning the ULP, which has a monetary price on it. How would you recommend that we approach that in view of the fact that we've already taken care of the Civic Center and now we need to take care of our fire department?
Are you asking me?
Absolutely. You're the expert on the working cash bonds. How would you suggest we do that if there is a will on the part of the council to put those engines, well, make certain they're not taken out of commission here in a few days?
All right. So based on the numbers provided, the council would have to increase the working cash bond approval to $11 million, because I think with the addition of the $4 million for the Civic Center, it would be up to $15 million. Compounded with the agreement with the ULP going away, then we would issue the working cash bonds, just like we were going to initially, is when the cash deficit presented itself, that's when we would issue the bonds.
So Director Scroggins, that would mean then that we would just simply need a $15 million one if the will of the council is to restore those two firehouses, those two engines, we would need to do a $15 million working cash bond, correct?
That's correct.
Well, I'm certainly willing to make a substitute motion, but Mayor, I do think that that we would need to know for sure if our Local 50 would be amenable to that, if we have the votes around the horseshoe tonight to do that. And with that, if possible, privilege of the floor to President Ryan Brady, Local 50.
I'm seeing no objections, but just for a point of order in terms of the motion, Councilman, it's not a substitute motion because that motion has already been acted on, the previous motion. So this would just be
You're right.
just an additional.
You're right, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Good evening, Counselor. Go ahead.
President Brady, I know that the entire community has been concerned about this, as have all my colleagues, and certainly the ranks of the Peoria Fire Department. I'm sure their morale is at an all-time low, as surely is the case for our Peoria Civic Center employees and their leaders. Can you secure, in your opinion, an agreement on the part of Local 50 to drop this unfair labor practice if we restore those two engines?
I cannot speak on behalf of the entire body, but we would have to bring that back to the entire body of Local 50 before securing any type of vote like that.
And how soon would you be able to canvass your members if we vote to approve this, subject to your members agreeing to this?
By the bylaws, Counselor, we would have to have 7 days' notice to discuss an option like this, so within a week.
So we could either do a special meeting or be 7 business days, or
7 days from the day of posting, so the earliest we could do is a week from tomorrow to have a meeting, and it would have to be for 2 evenings.
okay. And the decommissioning of one of these engines is set to occur 10/1, right?
That's my understanding. Chief Artist can probably...
Chief Artist, can you help on this?
Councilman, it's our understanding that October 1st is when this takes effect. That's correct.
So what this would mean, we've had special meetings before to decommission, to stay within that timeline to prevent decommissioning on the 1st of October. We could have a special meeting then, if it's the will of the council. And again, we're going to have to do the counting of the heads here tonight to restore these two engines and, in essence, to ensure that our citizens are safe in their homes and our business people in their businesses. So, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, I guess, since we wouldn't do a substitute, but that we would issue a $11 million working cash bond to restore the two engines cut in the fire department budget, subject to Local 50 dropping their unfair labor practice charge against the city. But should additional federal assistance be directed to the city, the funds will be used to repay or minimize the working cash that is borrowed. That's my motion.
Seconded by Councilmember Moore. Discussion on the motion. Councilman Ruckriegel.
I sure hope that everybody around this council, whenever the question comes up about asking the citizens what they want this spring, really does go for putting this question on the ballot. I'm going to ask our legal department, is this even a legal conversation to have, because to me, in my untrained ear, this sounds like a quid pro quo, just like not too long ago when we had advanced medical transport here making a presentation, and I think we had to stop a conversation by Councilmember Grab because they were asking for something in return. We're having a conversation here about if X, then Y. And dropping a lawsuit, if they want to drop it, let them drop it. But we're tying two things together here. And if the public doesn't understand how wrong that is, you talk about being transparent. I'm glad he did this on the floor, because this is about as transparent as it gets. We can have this conversation Tuesday night, that's fine. Let's have special meetings. Let's have special meetings every single week if we need to. But you know what? Let's do it legally. And let's not put something on the floor at the very last minute. Last meeting, we heard some consternation that after 6 months, we had some answers. This could have been ironed out a long time ago. Here we are at the final, when the budget finally gets put to bed. And now we have what really is a strong arm tactic. Very, very interesting. Look, and I think the public needs to be aware, it is not the council that decided on which fire stations to close. It is one and only person. The fire chief makes that decision. If he decides, and he is very capable of making sure that the safety of our citizens is number one, he will decide, and only him, which stations will be closed and why. And there will be service throughout the city. Don't get that wrong. Because whatever propaganda has been put out there that service will not exist is not true. And for those of us sitting around the council, our public deserves better honesty. I'm willing to be here next Tuesday night. But to me, this really does smack of a quid pro quo. Whether it hits the legal definition or not, wow. Illinois politics at its best.
Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I have a question for Mr. City Manager. I know that when it came to looking at shuttering fire engines, you've had some discussions with Local 50 regarding this whole scenario. Were there any discussions about dropping the lawsuit, the unfair labor practice in those discussions?
We've had discussions over the impact of the closure of the decommissioning of the two machines, and we have had discussions over the unfair labor practice as well.
Okay, so there have been discussions concerning possible dropping of that unfair labor practice in your negotiations.
That's correct.
Okay, so this is not something that is has not been discussed. It's been part of negotiations. So I would ask Corporation Counsel, since it was pointed out that this could be potentially illegal, is this illegal?
There are certainly times where settlements of unfair labor practices or lawsuits, just as we did see tonight, that there are other items that are involved. So we settled the Hope Fair Housing lawsuit, and there were other items such as amending the ordinances and protocols that were included. As to this specific ULP, because it is a pending matter before the appellate court, I will be happy to discuss all the details in closed session with you.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. This is on the floor right now, okay? This is on the floor. It's open. This is an open meeting. We're possibly going to take a vote on this. Is this legal or not?
Councilwoman, I'm not comfortable discussing the settlement of an unfair labor practice that's currently pending before the appellate court and discussing what the potential settlement negotiations would be in open session.
Were the discussions that the city manager had with Local 50 about possibly dropping the unfair labor practice, were those discussions legal?
Councilwoman, I will tell you all the details in executive session regarding the proposal that the union gave to the city manager.
Do you advise against a vote that's on the floor, that a potential vote that's on the floor, or will maybe come to the floor here shortly? Do you advise against it?
I do not. I believe the vote is the council's prerogative, but you may want to hear the details in executive session of the proposal made by the union before you do so.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kelly was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that has bothered me about this particular issue from the get-go is that early on, we decided to slash Public Works because we were going to be responsible. Then later on, we decided to slash City Hall because it was going to be responsible, because we were going to be responsible. We cut into our police department, not deeply, but we cut into our police department. Everybody has paid the price. Everybody in this, employed by the city, has paid the price of the fact that we have a terrific budget crisis here. Except the fire department. I don't know why they're singled out. You know, we talk public safety, well, we've got a police department. Nobody was screaming about that when we had to cut the police department. I think everyone needs to participate. Nobody likes this. This is what happens when, instead of looking at the whole picture, we decide to chop it all up. So now we're down at the end again. Okay, and is the fire department exempt from the question before us? Is the fire department exempt from participation in our budget crisis or not? My own feeling is, and I love our fire department, but my own comment is, no, they're not exempt. They're not exempt. Everybody has suffered under this. And here, all of a sudden, we're going to figure out a way to exempt one part of the city. I don't think it's right. I think everything has been on the block. Everything's been handled responsibly. I think, Councilman Graham, I just cannot go for this. And we've already decided, and it was hard enough to decide. If this goes down in flames tonight, are we going to see this again in 2 weeks with another idea and then another idea? You don't have to answer. I'm just thinking, I think many of us breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we had this decision behind us last time. But no, there aren't any new facts except new borrowing. And new borrowing means somehow we're going to have a bunch of new money. And I don't know where that's going to come from either to pay off the borrowing. So I will not be supporting your motion, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, if you could turn to page 2 of the 20-125 Council Communication, where you have a chart on the back on that second page. Do you see that? Okay. And on that chart, you list on the left column the various departments that have that are under the purview of your administration, and then at the very right side of that chart, you have looks like a word reduction. Is that what that word was? And if you go down to where it says fire, under reduction, what is that? Is that 12% include those 22 from the 2 engines that you're trying to decommission?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And so on the first page, on the last paragraph, you indicate that currently the fire department has 4 additional vacancies in addition to the 5 firefighter positions previously eliminated. Are those 4 and 5 respectively part of that 22?
They are. I think we're at the point, based upon the action that council took to reduce 5 vacant firefighter positions, the additional voluntary retirements that have occurred this year, as well as others that have left the organization, that the number of layoffs, actual layoffs, would be 4 in the department at this point in time.
So we're not talking about 22?
We're talking about 4 potential layoffs of current firefighters. It would be a reduction of 22 positions, the closure of 2 machines, so that in effect reduces the daily manpower that the fire department would have on the street by 6 employees every day that are staffing those 2 machines.
Okay. I believe Chief Artis is available. Chief, on Saturday at the SCUC meeting, there was a discussion about the closure of Station 4 on Jefferson. And during that discussion, it was reiterated that Station 4 has the most fire calls in the entire city. And so those in the room were having difficulty understanding why a station that has the most fire calls in the entire city was on consideration for closure. And they had indicated that they were going to request that you come to their next meeting to provide an explanation better than I could. Since the next meeting will be after October 1st, unless we have a special meeting, Chief, could you explain to the again, I believe you did it before, but for those from SCUC who were at that meeting who specifically asked, and we'll be asking you to come to the meeting to explain why Station 4, could you do us the honor of going through that again for them, please?
Yes, ma'am. So contrary to some belief, we're down from a high of 214 to, this will bring us to 165. So the idea that we are immune to cuts is questionable at best. To answer your question is because we are going to be 22 shorter than we were in 1986, we are concerned about the safety of our membership. And so effectively what we're doing is taking the 2 most outlying machines and trying to shrink the city to prevent any one machine from being on a scene of a working fire for a more dangerous amount of time than there already is. So that's effectively what we're doing. We're trying to take, we're not trying to, we are putting our members' safety at first.
So the other question I was asked that I couldn't answer at that meeting was there any consideration taken into effect that this engine has the most calls in the entire city? I don't know if there's some weighted average or weighted view to that, but that was a question that was asked that I couldn't answer. Could you answer that for them, please?
Absolutely, and the answer is absolutely. This was an extremely difficult decision by this command staff. And we literally looked at every possible scenario, but it all came down to these 2 machines because of the safety of our membership and keeping them, in less dangerous situations than they're already in. And, anybody can say we're being dramatic or acting like the sky is falling, whatever they may be. These are factual statements that I am making, and I welcome any challenge to them, whether it's from this body or whether it's from any neighborhood. I'd be more than happy to speak in front of them anytime.
Thank you for that. And one of the things that I said at that meeting was that the fire chief was given a directive. You have X number of dollars to cut. And so, in my opinion, it wasn't as if he volunteered to just cut some engines because he just felt like we had too many engines. It wasn't that at all. He was given a directive from his boss, and he had to fulfill that directive. Now, it is no secret that I'm not happy with the fact that Engine 4 is going to go dark coming into the winter when I believe, and I said this before and I'm saying it again, this is the worst time of the year for the south end of Peoria to be without the appropriate amount of fire service as far as I'm concerned. I am also concerned about our firefighters. They have a difficult job. I've watched them fight fires and all that equipment they have on their back and hats and boots and coats and going in where I wouldn't go in. I'm concerned about their safety. And also I'm concerned about the safety of the residents. In talking to a woman today who now lives in the 4th District, and she talked about how her father is alive today because of Engine 4. And she started tearing up because she couldn't believe that this engine, she said that the fire department was first on scene. And she believes that was the reason why her father is still alive today. And so as she's fighting back the tears to talk to me, and I'm fighting back the tears of listening to her, I said, all I can do is continue to do what I'm going to do and try to have this in some way overturned. And to that end, tomorrow on Wednesday at 4:30 at Station 4 on Jefferson, she and some others would like to show their appreciation for those folks in that firehouse. And so I would ask that if anyone else is so inclined to show your support, to be out there tomorrow at 4:30 on Wednesday, to let these folks know that they're fighting fires, they're risking their life, and their lives their lives matter, and so does the lives of the community around Station 4. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Euler next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The citizens of this great city elect us to make financially prudent decisions on their behalf, and that's one of our number one responsibilities, is managing their tax dollars wisely. And a couple of years ago, we went down a list of all of our departments: Public Works, Community Development, Legal, Fire, Police. Everybody shared in the burden of making reductions. The fire union is the only one who chose to sue the city of Peoria, thereby also suing the citizens of the city of Peoria because they're the ones that foot the bill for that. And now we're in a position where we are being asked to put $2 million more back into the budget and bill that to the citizens of the city of Peoria to settle a lawsuit from the fire union for $500,000 plus whatever that amounts to. But either way, those numbers don't make sense to me. That's not the right decision for me. You know, we make decisions of what we can afford. It's an affordability issue, and that's the directive that we gave to the department heads and to the managers. This is how many dollars we can afford to spend by department, and decisions were made based on that as to how to allocate those dollars. And in my opinion, the 2020 budget is closed. We've made the decisions as to how we're going to handle the 2020 budget, and we need to move on swiftly to 2021 because I believe there's going to be some very challenging decisions to be made there. So I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going for people that haven't spoken yet, and then we'll get the second time around. Councilman Regenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, perhaps this is for you or Chief Artis. With the new fire station that's planned for the south side, without going into all the numbers, I know our eyes kind of glaze over sometimes when you talk about closing House 4 and then reinstating Engine 2. But just the bottom line, my question is, we're building a new house on the south side to consolidate two houses, correct?
We're building the new Station 4, and it would be the chief's plan that once Station 4, the new station was built, that the engine that was at Station 8 on Hurlburt would be closed, and that the Station 4 would reopen with a machine at that location. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong with anything that I've just said.
So, in effect, the closing of that is 11 months, maybe a year earlier than it would have been regardless, because the decision we made last year in the CIP to build a new firehouse anticipated that there would be that consolidation, correct?
It anticipated that we would have a machine at that location, and that's what we'll have. We didn't anticipate that we would be removing a machine from the south side, which we would be doing once that new station opens up. It would just be the machine that's currently at Station 8.
So this chess game is also perhaps something that we need to have. I mean, first of all, I think I agree with Councilman Euler that I think 2020 needs to be put behind us, because this is the time of year when we typically start 2021 budget hearings. So we're only complicating next year's budget by continuing the discussion on the current year. But I think perhaps to assuage some of the concerns, that it might be beneficial for us to have a little broader perspective of what the Fitch study talked about, because that's something that hasn't been brought up much during this process. But there was a number of suggestions, I don't think they ever called them official recommendations, that would indicate that we're clearly reallocating, we're clearly making cuts, but that this study indicated that there was the capacity to do that. So I don't know when the right time to bring that forward or bring that back would be, but I think that would be an important part of the discussion to make sure that the public understands that this wasn't something that was done arbitrarily. This was a study that we had commissioned 18 months ago that we're following through with some of those steps. And perhaps it would be important to review all of those steps with the Code 2 calls and the different dispatch recommendations that they made, because I think, as Councilman Kelly said, sometimes we're just piecemealing this, and we need to make sure that the folks understand there is a broader picture at stake here. So that would be an important part of the discussion, I think, for us to take back to our constituents. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jensen is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, this is not a situation where the firefighter union is suing the city over cuts that we made in 2020. This is an unfair labor practice that the union has every right to bring, because the city took action in 2018 that did not comply with what the labor laws require. So it's not the union strong-arming the city. The city didn't comply and didn't abide by the labor laws when we took an action that was taken 2 years ago. So it's not related to what's going on now. That's number one. Number two, the union is not strong-arming us. Councilman Grab came up with an idea to propose settling this, asking the union to waive the proposed settlement or the amount that the court is going to order the city to pay, so that we could borrow money to prevent the cuts without raising taxes. And it's not a quid pro quo. It's everybody working creatively to save jobs. And the fire department, the firefighters have not been exempt from cuts. There's 5 positions that were eliminated in addition to the 22 that come out of the 2 engines that were decommissioned. I believe in 2019, the city cut 18 positions, and in 2018, we cut, I think, 5 or 6. So the fire department has been part of the reductions that have occurred in the last 3 years. I support Councilman Grabb's motion. I think it is, I even inquired about raising an additional $5 million in borrowing, so it would be $15 million a few weeks ago, but was advised that we'd have to raise taxes in order to do that. Now, with the proposed settlement being waived, or the ULP being withdrawn from the fire department, we are able to borrow the money without raising taxes, and I think it's a good solution, so I support it. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councilman Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions for our chief artist, if he's still there. Number one would be you and I had multiple meetings the last 4 months. Can you explain to us how Fire Station 20 was selected, number one? Second question, in all our meetings we had the last 4 months, have we discussed other options beside Station 20? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So to answer your first question regarding why Engine 20, and I think we've been consistent throughout this entire process. We are spread thin. Again, I'm not gonna belabor it or to be dramatic. We're trying to keep our members as safe as possible, so we are effectively trying to shrink the city and prevent any one machine from being on the scene of a working structure fire for the 8 or 9 minutes that they would be if we didn't choose these 2 machines. To answer your second question, yes, we have had discussions for other options. That is correct.
Sir.
I have Councilmember I'm going to go to Councilman Montalongo. He hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't think tonight's the night to be voting on this. I've not been briefed by our legal counsel to know what legal liabilities that we have. And I'd like to know that ahead of time before making this decision. I totally understand where Councilman Grabb's coming from with this, and I respect that thought. But tonight I can't be voting on this, and I would like to get briefed by legal counsel, whether we do it in executive session or one-on-one. But I don't know the details to our legal liabilities, if any. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. First, I want to thank Councilmember Jensen for the points that she made. I wanted to make some of those same points, but she articulated those much more effectively than I could have. I recall that some time ago that we had police and fire cuts being proposed, and somewhere along the way, perhaps the civil unrest that was taking place within the city, but council and perhaps management lost an appetite for cutting police. Those disappeared off of the proposed cuts. There have been significant cuts to fire, and fire has contributed in the reduction process. And I was appreciative of Councilmember Jensen explaining the unfair labor practice and how that came to be. But, you know, I keep hearing, I've heard from 3 council members tonight say, let's just put this behind us. Let's move on. Yet we voted tonight. We revisited tonight 1 or 2 items in reconsideration and adding things back to the budget. Let's just put this behind us, like it can just go away that easily. The pain is still there. That police were not cut is because we were afraid that somebody might get hurt. We were afraid that our citizens wouldn't be protected. I have those same concerns about cutting fire. I have concerns about citizens dying in a fire. It's so easy for us to problem solve as it related to the Civic Center. We need to continue to problem solve as it relates to fire safety within our city. If that means bringing some problem solving with Local 50 or with our management every council meeting to try to figure this out, I think that's what we need to do. I don't think it needs to go away that easy. The problem and the pain still exists. So I have no problem with trying to be creative, trying to come up with additional solutions, meeting after meeting, until we resolve this problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Graves next.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Ali, I think you hit the ball out of the park. There is absolutely nothing inappropriate about this discussion. What is inappropriate is what's been happening in our country, specifically starting in Washington, D.C., with two prize fighters in a ring, neither of them willing to compromise or do what's best for the public good. Because if they did, we'd already have a municipal package that would help us through the mess that we're in, as well as all the other cities in our country. Folks, I can remember when we had to fight like hell just to get one thermal imaging camera on every truck. This was a new technology that readily identified people in burning buildings and saved not only their lives, but the lives of our brave firefighters. They were going to do it with bake sales. Kind of like body armor when we were fighting overseas a number of years ago. Are you kidding me? Well, we finally got the council to agree that thermal imaging cameras belonged on every fire engine. And we promptly started to save lives. We've been growing our city. We've been annexing. I was here during the growth sales under Mayor Maloof. And I believe a case can be made that we expanded our tax base. We didn't get landlocked like District 150. So here we are now, and we are being led to believe that we're being lavish with these terrible firefighters who filed an unfair labor practice because it was unfair. We had decommissioned 2 fire rescue engines. There's 22 jobs. And now you're going to cut another 22. That's 44. Seriously? And the management was here in April suggesting you cut, as Councilor Ali pointed out, 29 police officers and 3 fire rescue engines, fire engines. And now tonight, we're restoring some money to Public Works. And to say, oh, this is Illinois, that is absolutely ridiculous. This is Peoria, Illinois. And what was put out there was for all of you to see and to try to get around and defeat it. No games played. So when the time comes for us to vote on this, I think we have to realize that the lives of our firefighters and our people are at stake. Now, some of you genuinely do not believe that. I respect that. You don't have conflicts of interest when you vote on fire department issues. you genuinely believe that everybody comes home okay with these cuts. And that's why you might as well just leave the room, because I'll never persuade you. Not that I'm dismissing you, but I'll never change your vote because you fundamentally don't believe that it matters. But it does, and it will. And the time will be very cruel when it happens. And you'll look back on this evening with deep regret. Councilor Montalongo, I respect everybody in this room. Are you suggesting that you could not vote positively on this until we discuss this in executive session? I respect that as well. And Mayor, how do you think we should do this? Should we go into executive session to discuss it and come back out? What do you suggest?
We can certainly have a motion and a second and a vote to do that.
I would so move.
Motion and a second to go into executive session to return. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes with 7 ayes, 4 noes. Voting no, Council members Sear, Kelly, Euler, and Ruckriegel. We'll give the staff a few minutes to vacate room 404, and then we will reconvene over there. We will be returning after this discussion.
Got it.
We're going to have Corporation Counsel read the Open Meetings Act language for us to go into executive session.
Council will be going into executive session under 5 ILCS 122C2 to discuss collective negotiating matters and 11 pending litigation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'd like to ask you to call the roll.
Yes. Mayor Artis,
Here.
Councilmember Ali,
Here.
Councilmember Sear,
Here.
Councilmember Grab,
Here.
Councilmember Jensen, Councilmember Kelly,
Here.
Councilmember Montalongo, Councilmember Moore,
Present.
Councilmember Euler,
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach, and Councilmember Ruckriegel.
Would you like also a motion to come back in, or is the roll call sufficient?
I think we can just mark everybody present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jensen is with us as well. Councilman Grab had the floor when we went into executive session, so I think that's probably a good place to pick it back up. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Artis. The motion was to issue a $11 million working cash bond, restore the 2 engines cut in the fire department budget, subject to Local 50 dropping their unfair labor practice charge against the city. And then should additional federal assistance be directed to the city, the funds will be used to repay or minimize the working cash bond. And I think we had a second from Councilor
We
Jensen.
did have a second from Councilmember Moore.
More, okay.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Councilman Montalongo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe after being briefed, I really think that the ongoing negotiations should happen between our corporation council, city management, and the representatives from the fire union. Is my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further discussion on this item? Councilman Ruckriegel?
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, when do we run out of cash?
Well, I think that within the general fund, by the end of the year, if we don't issue the $10 million of working cash, we will likely exhaust most of our unreserved fund balance that we have.
And with this would increase or keep larger than what we have currently, our long-term obligations, correct?
This would increase, my understanding of the motion would by $1 million more what council has already approved, which was the borrowing of $10 million of working cash. So it's an increase of $1 million more to restore the 2 engines.
My grandmother only graduated from the 6th grade, but she was a wealth of wisdom. She'd tell you, don't spend what you don't have. Don't walk off a cliff that you know is there. Most importantly, she'd say, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Guys, we know what the reality is. You put a Band-Aid on for 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks. We're going to be here. We, tonight, are at the point of closing 2020 so we can start 2021, our next meeting. We know what the numbers are there. So don't act like any of us that we don't know what the reality is. We're acting like that there is a revenue source to be able to pay for this. There isn't unless there is long-term that you are going to vote for a tax increase or that you are going to put it on the ballot so that the voters can speak on it. Either way, currently, we don't have a long-term sustainability plan to get us through this. We can go back for the reasons, because it's poor planning maybe. It's not just COVID. It shortened the time frame, but at a certain point, we've got to make decisions for the citizens of Peoria who are saying we need to know what the plan is. The plan is what we've decided. 2020. Yeah, we can meet for it forever. We've had 6 months, 7 months. It's not that we're shell-shocked. I mean, in every business that we are all involved in, and we're all involved in a business or a nonprofit or something else, we've had to plan and work to be able to get through the COVID situation. However, we have drugged this 2020 budget out longer than anything. So long that in our biannual budget, the 2021, which should have, under normal circumstances, been a fairly easy discussion, is got a lot of challenges for all of us. There are probably going to be nobody around the council who's going to be happy, and we're going to have a lot of compromises as we go into that. But we shouldn't hinder ourselves even farther. We need to close 2020 out, as sad as it is to say, and start working on 2021.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Please cast your ballots. The motion fails with 4 ayes, 7 noes. Voting yes, council members Ali, Graham, Jensen, and Moore. And voting no, Mayor Artis, council members Sear, Kelly, Montalongo, Euler, Riggenbach, and Ruckriegel. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that
Just position in terms of 20 budget.
I think that's all that we have left to consider on the 2020 budget, and staff will be preparing the proposed 2021 budget for you for presentation next month.
Next meeting?
We should have We should have the initial rollout of that budget for you at the next meeting, and then we can begin the deliberations.
Okay, so budget discussion starts at our next meeting. We'll include a calendar of meeting times to do that. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
We're at item 20-182, communication from the city manager, community development director, and finance director with a request for the following. A is to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 27 of the Code of the City of Peoria pertaining to hotel or motel rental use or privilege tax. B is to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Code pertaining to the registration of residential property. And C is to adopt an ordinance amending Appendix A of the Code relating to short-term rentals, and we would need 3 separate motions and votes, please.
Thank you. Separate motions, Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Director Black and his team for the effort that they've put into working on this for over a year now. I know there's a lot of people that are anxiously waiting for us to open up the short-term rental program in the city of Peoria, and so I would make a motion to approve item A.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Ali. Discussion, Councilmember Jensen.
First, I have a question for Director Black. We did not, when we had our discussions on this issue, talk about the proposals A and B. So can you briefly explain what those do and what the purpose is of those?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think the best way to look at this item, all 3 of the individual components, is that they work together in order to accomplish what the council directed staff to put together. Item A speaks directly to the licensing component of short-term rentals, so it amends the existing Chapter 27 of the City Code, which covers hotel and motel rental use and privilege tax, and includes short-term rentals in there. Item B is the registration of of residential property. This is the non-owner occupied registration component that's found in Chapter 5 of the City Code. This is modified to allow for properties to switch back and forth with as much ease as possible between short-term rental and more traditional greater than 30-day rental during the year. And item C is the amendment to the Unified Development Code, which, as you know, is the zoning ordinance for the city. And this simply shows that short-term rentals would be a permitted use in a number of districts in the city.
As a follow-up question, if the proposal to allow short-term rentals to be permitted uses under the zoning ordinance fails, would that negate the need for A and B, or will those still be needed? Those changes.
Councilwoman, all three of these items would have to be approved in order to put in place what the council directed us to bring back 2 weeks ago. So effectively, if they don't all three receive an affirmative vote, then I would suggest that we would have to revise and bring back again.
Okay, so as a follow-up question, for A is just allowing or setting up the procedures for licensing short-term rentals, correct?
Establishes the procedures for licensing short-term rentals. It also establishes that short-term rentals would have to pay a use tax in the same way that hotels and motels do.
And that would apply whether you were required to get a special use or it was a permitted use, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the same question goes for item B. Would the registration change that's being proposed still be required if special uses, I'm sorry, if short-term rentals were special uses?
The direction that we received from council is that we were to put together a process where property owners could move back and forth between a short-term rental use and a longer-term rental use without having to pay twice. And so that's what item B covers. If council declined to support item B, then effectively what it would mean is that if someone registered a non-owner occupied property at the beginning of the year and then decided a month later to have a short-term rental, they would have to pay the registration fee for the short-term rental as opposed to having a credit based upon what they had paid for the non-owner occupied fee.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Again, I am vehemently opposed to allowing short-term rentals to be a permitted use. I think it sets up a very dangerous precedent, especially for our older neighborhoods. People who live in neighborhoods should have the opportunity, should have notice when somebody is going to turn their property into a short-term rental and have an opportunity to be heard. And then this body should be able to put conditions on such short-term rentals if we deem fit based on the neighbors and surrounding residents' input. So I oppose item C, and I thank you for that clarification. I think that item A does not set forth the same dangers to older neighborhoods and neighborhoods throughout the whole city. Thank you.
Okay. So we're only voting on item A right now. Councilmember Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question for our city manager on section 27-153. If you could explain that to us and our constituent, the first paragraph about where the proceeds will go, and what is the event development fund?
Sorry, Councilman, I'm just trying, what page is that on?
There's no page number, but it's 27-153. I don't see any page number.
Are you talking about the hotel motel tax revenues?
Yes, the packet there, the 20-182. If you go, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 pages, if you go down by the orders.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So in that section, so 27, section 27-153, that all proceeds from the imposition of this tax shall be paid to the city treasury.
9%, and what is this event development fund?
Well, that's the tourism reserve fund. That's the funds that we set aside for use for marketing activities and tourism promotional activities for the city as people are trying to come in here and we're trying to attract business, whether it's at the Civic Center or just for city events.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilman Recreal?
Just one question, and Councilwoman Jensen asked this, but I just want to make for sure that as we got the three moving parts here, so this is for Director Black. So when we're talking about the notification or the non-notification, that really is item C. Item A adopts the tax, B is the ordinance change, and C becomes the notification piece on that through that ordinance. Is that correct?
Councilman, actually, the notification is part of item A because it's part of the license requirement. As a permitted use, it's difficult to say something is a permitted use and then also require a notification which could void the permitted use. So it seemed to be a simpler process to make it part of the licensing requirement.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing no further lights, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Graham.
Director Black, there are those of us who believe it's important to have a layer of regulation between the neighborhoods out there which do not have restrictive covenants. How would you suggest we vote on Part A if we want that special use given? We vote yes or no?
Councilman, if the council would want this to be a special use, so short-term rental is a special use where the application comes in from the property owner, there's a public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then the item comes before the council for a final decision, then you could effectively leave A and B as is, and the only amendment would be to item C, because item C at this point is recommending that short-term rentals are permitted uses. The license requirement, I still believe, is a separate issue because as a commercial use, and short-term rentals are typically classified as a commercial use, much like hotels and motels, and therefore there would still need to be some form of licensing requirement.
Yes, Director, I just don't want neighborhoods that don't have restrictive covenants to be in an inferior position to regulate what's happening around their homes. I think that's where Councilor Jensen's coming from. So we could get to that on C, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Black, previously you gave us three options. Is that correct to choose from?
Yeah, yes, sir.
As far as, I know there was the special use. I think the middle option was like 10 days, and then the other was just by permitted use. Is that correct?
That is correct, and what the council directed staff to do the last time this item came before you was to bring back a process that allows short-term rentals as a permitted use under zoning regulations, but then also includes the 10-day notification to registered neighborhood associations or homeowners associations so that they would have a time period in which they could present to the city that there was a restrictive covenant in their area that prohibited short-term rentals. And if the city received that as part of the licensing requirement, then at that point the license would be denied.
And that middle option, I know we were, it was kind of like the best of both. What was that specific difference?
Councilman, I believe that the only difference really was whether, the only difference at the end of the day was whether this would be a permitted use or a special use under zoning.
Okay.
As a permitted use, which is what we brought back, which is what the majority of the council directed staff to bring back, then it would be an administrative review from a zoning standpoint. The special use, as you know, would end up as an item before the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ali. Councilmember Ali.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. Just a quick question. Director Black, if a neighborhood association had restriction against short-term rentals, couldn't they provide that in advance and just avoid the whole 10-day notice?
Councilwoman, I don't see why not. They certainly could. But the process that we have is set up so that we would reach out to neighborhood associations and not rely upon them to proactively provide us with that information.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this item? I have a motion to approve in a second. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. We would be on item B. Councilman Euler.
Move to approve item B.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Kelly. Discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. And on item C, Councilman Euler.
Move to approve item C.
Motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Kelly. Discussion on this item, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Black, could you go through what the penalties would be in the event that we have one of those situations that we've all seen on the news where some short-term rental was rented out to be some quaint little quiet visit from some folks who were going to use it, and it turned out to be some fast and loose kind of loud, boisterous party with 100 people or more. So what would be the penalty when those things happen? And how often could that happen before that particular residence was taken off the list and be able to have a short-term rental?
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I know this has been pointed out before, but I think it's important to point it out again. Just because a property is allowed to be a short-term rental because they have met the zoning requirements and they've received a license to be a short-term rental does not remove the responsibility of that property owner from following all of the basic underlying ordinances of the city of Peoria. So if there are issues with noise, if there are issues with cars parked in the front yard, with too much light, with whatever the general nuisance is for that particular property, it would be handled in the same way that any general nuisance with a property would be handled. The license, within the license regulation, there is the opportunity to revoke a license after a certain number of violations, and that license would be revoked for, I believe it was a 1-year period.
So basically, the next door neighbors would have to endure some number of times or some disturbance before they would have some relief through our hearing officer. Is that the way it would go?
We would have it. We set it as 4 violations. That would then lead to having the license revoked, but any one of those violations may result in separate enforcement action. If there is a noise complaint, then a police officer responding to that noise complaint can certainly issue a citation based upon the violation. They don't have to wait until there are 4 violations that have piled up. So that's, I think, part of the protection. Another part of the protection, particularly for short-term rentals, is that everything that is done in the short-term rental market, whether it's through the Airbnb platform or the VRBO platform, is very public in terms of the condition of the property and the conduct of the people who are renting that property. And so it's, although there are stories, and I've certainly seen them, and I certainly believe them, of significant issues at certain short-term rental properties, I don't believe that it is a condition that's found in all short-term rentals, and I'm not sure that it is an issue that is any greater in short-term rentals than it is with just a traditional rental property or even a owner-occupied property.
How did you come up with the number 4? Was that based upon what other cities are doing, or was it just a suggestion? I'm just curious how you came up with four incidents or 4 violations.
We did look at what other communities had done in terms of revoking licenses, and as you can imagine, with something like this, they were all over the place. Typically, it was no fewer than 2 incidents, and in some cases, it was half a dozen or more. So 4 was probably just the number that we landed on that we felt was appropriate.
And finally, you mentioned, you used a phrase a few moments ago, a nuisance property. And if we look back to the fair housing settlement that we just approved earlier today, there was some question as to how do you prove music was too loud? So someone gets a ticket in a short-term rental, and they come to the hearing officer or to the administrative, to maybe your office, and they say, well, I don't believe the music was too loud. So what happens next?
Councilwoman, and I may have to call on Chief Marion to help me out here, but effectively for a noise violation call, there needs to be a witness who's willing to indicate that there was a violation. And so that could be the person who made the call. It could be the police officer who responded if the noise is still going on when the police officer arrives. So it's not, it can't simply be someone was playing their radio really loud 5 hours ago, but I'm not going to sign a complaint and no one else heard the music. But if there was a witness, then generally speaking, that ticket would stand.
So, Chief Marion, does our fair housing complaint settlement that we provided earlier today, to agree to that, does it hamstring us in any way in enforcing anything that might come up as a result of this short-term rental violations?
No, I do not think it does.
Okay. Would you be inclined in some district to put the armadillo out there if there was a constant, 2 or 3 incidences of that, or is that would not be appropriate?
No, I think if it was a continued problem, that we could definitely put the armadillo out there to monitor it. But like Director Black said, if an officer hears the violation or a witness is willing to sign a complaint, then that would go towards to the hearing officer and go through the court process.
So thank you both gentlemen for that. I do not support item C because we are not providing those in the neighborhood an opportunity to weigh in on whether they want this type of thing in their neighborhood. The situations we've seen on television have been very luxurious homes where these situations have occurred. And so in some parts of my district, I would imagine this could occur as well. So I'm just not agreeable to not allowing the neighbors some input into what's happening in their community. Thank you.
Okay. I had Councilmember Jensen next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to put it out there again. I think if we adopt this ordinance, you're really giving neighborhoods not a fair shot. They should be able to have notice that this type of rental is going into their neighborhood and be able to give input and allow the council, if necessary, to put conditions on it or to put a limit on it. You know, the street I live on, I think there's 5, 6, 7 houses for sale. All of those then, after this passed, could all turn into short-term rentals. They'd all be permitted if this is approved tonight. And the neighbors would have no say on whether or not it should be there and whether there should be any conditions. Older neighborhoods do not have homeowners associations with the ability or the authority to adopt homeowner agreements or restrictive covenants not to allow these short-term rentals. We don't have the ability to do that in the older neighborhoods. So I encourage and ask other council members to support voting against option C. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councilman Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Black, my ignorance on display here. If there is a complaint about such a property, can multiple violations have occurred in one incident, or are we speaking, in other words, you've got the music is too loud, there's underage drinking, parking violations or something, you know, does that add up to 3 violations, or is that one violation?
Councilman, I believe that the way that we have always approached this is that each separate violation would count as an independent violation. So yes, if there was loud music and underage drinking and parking in the front yard and some other type of violation, then that would count as 4.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councilman Graham next.
I just think inherent in the whole concept of short-term rental or great degree of transiency is a great deal more risk for the neighborhood with people coming and going all the time. I guess I see a little bit of a nuance on this. If I felt it was owner-occupied, STR, I wouldn't have nearly the heartburn that I have now. Director Black, was that discussed at all, a bifurcation between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied? You going to call this STR or Airbnb? How do you want to call it?
Councilman, I think in terms of nomenclature, short-term rental is typically the generic term that's used to cover it, because there are probably at least a dozen different platforms that manage short-term rentals for property owners. As to your question, we did look at some bifurcation, as you stated, and there are some communities where owner-occupied properties are permitted uses and non-owner-occupied properties are special uses. That's certainly another option, and I think with short-term rentals, like many of the items that come before you in terms of the balance of allowing the use of properties and the development of properties versus any negative impact on the surrounding neighbors and the surrounding neighborhoods, there's always multiple paths to get to that point. But yes, there are communities that do have a two-pronged approach based upon the tenancy of the property.
Well, I just know from District 2 perspective that we've had a very well-run short-term rentals, and we have some that are very well run where the owner lives in the property. I would like to see a two-prong approach on it myself. I think that makes more sense, and I think that's why other communities made a differentiation. Because it's just like anything, if the owner is there, there's a tendency for things to be better managed and controlled unless you have an owner that's just completely out to lunch, which does happen, but we're reducing, I think, the probability of problems if we had that kind of a bifurcation in what's being brought to us tonight. I suppose as it stands now, I would have to vote no. But if there were that bifurcation there between the owner-occupied STR versus non-owner-occupied, I could probably be much more open to it and not worried so much about protecting the neighborhood from people who don't respect the neighborhood, who are coming and going. I think we're setting ourselves up for a problem if we don't get a handle on it. But I would look favorably upon a different type of regulatory architecture if the owner is actually residing in the SDR. But as it stands now, I'd have to vote no, unless there were a change made to have two different possibilities.
I have Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. I also want to support this, but I also would prefer the two-pronged approach as well, whereas it would be STLs would be permitted for the owner-occupied property, and special use would be required for the rental property in terms of an absentee landowner. I don't know whether the motion maker is open to any adjustment. Was that you, Councilman? Not open to change it. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Councilman Graham.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a substitute motion to have the bifurcation approach?
Is there a second? Is that a second? Seconded by Councilmember Moore. Substitute motion by Councilman Graham to have the approach of, you can go ahead and state your own motion, Councilman Graham.
Yes, that we would look favorably upon owner-occupied STRs and not require a special use permit, but would not for those that aren't owner-occupied.
Discussion on the substitute motion. Okay, seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion that he just mentioned, the bifurcated motion. That motion passes with 7 ayes and 4 noes. Voting yes, council members Ali, Graham, Jensen, Montalongo, Moore, Riggenbach, and Ruckriegel. Okay. Madam Clerk.
20-121 is a request to direct staff to establish an urban decay tax abatement area for the near north side, Averyville, and the far south side, and to amend the boundaries of the city's East Village TIF on the near north side to accommodate the urban decay tax abatement area.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask the council to consider this tax abatement proposal. We have some of our older neighborhoods are very much in need of new investment and of new population. This particular kind of ordinance has been shown to ameliorate both of those problems. As I think you know, The state statute that this ordinance would be based on does not at this time allow rehabs, which of course I think would be a very good addition. As a matter of fact, for a little over the last 3 years, ever since I discovered this statute, I've been, some of our delegation in Springfield has been trying to amend the statute so that rehabs can be included. And I think, frankly, it's passed the Senate twice unanimously. It's always died in the House, but this year it seemed like it was coming along in the House, and then COVID hit. But I think we're probably going to get rehabs in here as well. But even without rehabs, which I would very much favor rehabs, but even without rehabs, this will do good things to these neighborhoods. Slowly but surely, there'd be more and more investment in these areas. Tax abatement seems to have been elsewhere and in Peoria a really, really productive incentive. One that is centered very much on people in the neighborhood and people who want to be in the neighborhood being in control of this policy rather than all us smart people at City Hall or in Springfield or wherever. And these people who either live there now or want to live there, this is only for owner-occupied single-family homes right now, and new construction as well. These are the people who we're counting on to make the difference anyway. And so I think that we should give this a shot. We were to try to discuss this with neighborhood groups, and I met with several groups myself, and further meetings were called off in favor of a big Zoom call we were supposed to have over this last weekend, organized by City Hall. Well, the Zoom call was a disaster. People dialed in and they could not get into the Zoom call. I don't know how many people dialed in. I suppose there were quite a few. But as Councilwoman Moore can tell you, she and I talked to one person. I don't know how that person got in. But everybody else was out. But we have about 60 days between the passage of this item this evening and the passage of the actual tax abatement ordinance. And during that time, we are required to meet with the Joint Review Board, but also during that time, we would be meeting with the neighborhoods we've not yet met with and get their input on this as well. There's been I spoke today with a gentleman from Averyville at about 3:30 this afternoon. He was against this. He has now moved to neutral. I've spoken with a number of pastors on the south end, plus METEC on the south end. They like this. They were in the process of organizing Zoom meetings of their own, but the city-sponsored Zoom meeting superseded that, which, as I say, didn't work out so well. But at this point, we need to get the ball rolling to gather more information and see if we want to do this. This is part of how the statute was designed. We take a vote tonight to begin the process, and the statute says we have to meet with the Joint Review Board, and then after the Joint Review Board, we can't act any sooner than 45 days later. So we've got lots of time to put this together. This is, I think, very innovative. I believe will help our city, and this would only be happening in places in our city where we don't have programs going on, with one exception, and that is part of the East Village TIF that comes down the hill and forms that part of the North Valley that is most adjacent to downtown. And we're asking that be untiffed, or that we consider that it might be untiffed. We can change that when we go down the road and pass a final ordinance. But this could be the germinating point for, I think, that whole North Valley. There's other germinating points around in Averyville and on the far south side. So I ask you for your support on this tonight, and thank you for your consideration. I think the citizens of Peoria will be very thankful. And so, thank you. And so I move that the staff establishes an urban decay tax abatement area for the near north side, Averyville, the far south side, to amend the boundaries of the city's East Village TIF on the near north side, and the other, and include also the income tax rebate program as outlined.
Is there a second? Councilman Euler seconds the motion. I had Councilmember Riggenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, just one second, Councilman. I apologize. Councilmember Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Kelly, thanks for all your work on it. I did mention to you a couple of days ago that I might have a conflict of interest, and I have verified that with Corporation Counsel. Therefore, Council and Mayor, I have to abstain on this because of my property interests.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Riggenbach, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you all are aware that or let me start over. I've been very intrigued by the concept of tax abatement since Councilman Kelly has talked about this once or twice in the last couple of years. And I would be wholeheartedly supporting it if it didn't involve taking part of the East Village TIF out of the TIF. We had a meeting of our advisory committee in August for the EVGC, and we didn't have a quorum, so never got a real consensus. And there's a number of concerns that are very legitimate, but I think our former colleague Gary Sandberg used to always say, if you keep doing the same thing and expect different results, that's the definition of insanity. And for the last number of years, we've been offering this housing rehab program, and it's been very successful up on the East Bluff. Over $500,000, probably about 100 property owners have availed themselves of it. But this particular area that we're looking, that Councilman Kelly's requesting to be taken out of the TIF, has had no participants in it yet. And it clearly is a part of town that could use, I think all of us would say that the concept is solid. There's been a lot of dialogue about whether or not it should apply to rehabs, and I spoke with Representative Spain today, and he assured me he's been working on this, feels confident that it can pass the full House when it eventually comes forward. He's working with our bipartisan other representative here in Peoria. And I think taken as a whole, I'm very curious as to see how this actually works in the residential area. While I may not agree with all of the expectations of Councilman Kelly, I think this is one of those odd programs that doesn't cost us anything up front, and it's going to actually have an incentive that, as he so eloquently has talked about, could have a real snowball effect in these neighborhoods. So I'm willing to support this tonight, knowing that we ultimately have an off-ramp. You know, staff is going to be preparing a lot of data here, but this isn't the final approval in the saga. So personally, I think it's very much worth looking at, and with the addition of the work that our Illinois delegate representatives are doing in Springfield to get this to include rehab as well as new construction, I think it's definitely worth taking a closer look at, so I'll be supporting it tonight, Councilman.
Okay, I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no question that there are parts of the First District that could use economic development. In fact, if you have been paying attention here in the last few years, specifically on the South Side, you have seen quite a bit of economic development happening on the South Side. In fact, if you were to continue to look further north, you would see the Ronald McDonald House. You'd see Obek and Isaac. The Scottish Rite Temple is being renovated. You'd see the homes, the Habitat for Humanity homes in the North Valley. You'd see the Phoenix Group. It used to be called Southside Office of Concern, and all the building that they've done over there. And so for someone to say that there's not something happening in the First District, they're just not paying attention. Those people who have invested in those areas that I've just mentioned would beg to differ. The $22 million development that came on Garrett a few years ago with no city money. So it didn't cost us a dime for that either. I've talked to people in the far south side, in the north, in the Averyville area, and it sounds like you have beat Skip down to submission, because Skip Williams, who represents the Averyville area, by Councilman Kelly's own admission, has said, excuse my French, hell no twice. So apparently you've got him on a neutral, which I don't consider that a win, because you've beat the man down to submission, sounds like to me. But I can tell you that what his concerns were in the Averyville area was, we've got long-term residents who want to stay in their homes. They just need a little assistance rehabbing those homes. They don't want someone coming and gentrifying the area and bulldozing older homes and building brand new $500,000, $300,000 homes, diminishing the cost of their own homes. And maybe that wouldn't be the cost of those homes. You don't want, I've talked to people on the South Side. Luckily, Beverly was able to get in for the Zoom call. So I'm sure it was not that difficult. I talked to some other folks who came in later after the call was over. So no, they didn't get in because the call was over. I'm talking about folks like Gloria Wilson, who's been a long-term resident of the far South Side. And we had another conversation here in the last day. And she said if this included rehab option, she'd be all over it. Skip has said if this included a rehab option, he'd be all over it. And you have heard tonight where Councilman Spain has indicated, not for COVID, they may have had the rehab option in here. So it is disingenuous to say, if we approve this and start moving it forward, then the legislature is going to come through and do it because they see that there's somebody who's interested. Well, no, you just said, apart from COVID, they would have taken this up. And then finally, with the Averyville, with the North Valley part of the East Village Growth Cell, it reminds me of the conversation we were having maybe a year ago about sweeping monies from the alley lighting fund. And the question was asked, well, why are we sweeping the money from that fund? And the response was, well, nobody has used it. And I asked, well, did folks know that it was still there? Well, probably not, because we didn't have anybody assigned to even administer it if somebody even thought that the thing was still there. And I would suspect the same is true with this area, that it was the East Village Growth Cell, and thinking that the East Village perhaps, didn't get down to that part of the community because it's in the first district to make them fully aware that those funds were available, because those folks need rehab. And that East Village Growth Cell funding would provide that. Removing that area not only now removes their potential for even getting funds for rehab, where there is no potential for rehab in the current ordinance as currently provided. So what I'd like to do, with all that in mind, knowing that this would be great if it included rehab, but it doesn't, I'd like to table this until such time as the legislature makes their decision on whether they would add this to the process. We would bring it off the table, bring it in, and we'd go full speed ahead on it. But you have just heard that those folks who live in these areas disagree that someone is going to come in there and drop a big boatload of money on individual houses. So an individual house is going to make that big tax infusion in this district, one house here, two houses there. I suspect somewhere waiting in the wings, there's some organization, some business person, someone who has a boatload of money waiting for this to be approved so they can move in and gentrify the area. And I'm not going to let that happen if I can avoid it. So what I would ask that you do is I'd like to make a motion to table this. Tabling simply means it's not dead. It just means that when the legislature, if in fact they make that decision to add rehab, we can pull it off the table, and that'd be one of the people voting for it, but not tonight.
We have a second by Councilmember Jensen on Councilmember Moore's motion to table. I'll look to Corporation Counsel just to make sure I have this right, but a motion to table is not debatable. And it's just a simple majority to pass the motion. Is that correct?
Correct. Non-debatable, simple majority.
Thank you. So we have a motion to table in a second. It's not debatable. Cast your ballots. That motion fails with 3 ayes, 7 noes, and Councilman Graves' noted abstention. Voting yes were Council Members Ali, Jensen, and Moore. Okay. Additional discussion on the motion on the floor. Councilmember Moore.
So the residents of the First District, please take note of the people who are going to shove down your throat a process that you have not agreed to, a process that will most likely see someone ride in on their horse and change your community from what you thought you were living in to something else. So one of the things that we've always prided ourselves in getting erring on the side of the community. And we're not doing that tonight. We're telling the First District, a district full of black and brown people, a district full of mostly folks who are challenged by their income, that we know what's best for you. And so we're going to put this in and allow whatever happens to happen. Yes, we have with the Lord's help, perhaps the legislature will add on that rehab component prior to anything being done here. Short of that, I'm disappointed that you have decided that you know better than the people who live in the district. I'm disappointed that you allowed yourself to be beaten into submission, because this is something that Councilmember Kelly has been trumpeting for a number of years prior to even getting on the council. So I would hope that when the vote comes up to pass this, that you would still vote no. An error on the side of those people who live in the 1st District. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councilmember Regal next.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kelly, you and I had a chance this afternoon, this morning. We've actually had quite a few chances over a long, extended period, even prior to you being on council, to kind of talk about scenarios of this situation. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the rehab portion you find fundamentally important as well, correct? And
as a matter of fact, I've just about written the statute that they're considering in Springfield.
So I also believe the rehab piece is extremely key to be able to make this thing work. Gentrification is a real issue that we've got to be able to discuss. We've seen it happen in some major cities, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen if we do this the right way. So as we go in,
Gentrification means there are too many people competing for too little space.
So for
we need
Councilman Kelly, just for right now, we'll just have one person talking at a time instead of getting a little conversation going here.
and as we understand the rehab piece being so important, we have an opportunity here, I think, as a council, as a city, to be able to activate our legislature to be able to help pull this rehab piece in together. Let me ask Corporation Council or City Manager, if a rehab piece were to come forward once this ordinance was finalized, that could be dropped into this to make for sure that rehab could then start as soon as that thing was approved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tonight's action, my understanding, although it's kind of said that this is the end of the process, this is really the start of the process, correct?
This would begin the process that we would have to take to establish the ordinances, follow the meetings with the Joint Review Board, and have everything kind of laying out that's required within the statutes.
I hope during that time frame as well, we would have some community discussion as well, which I think would be very important as we vet this through.
We certainly can.
So what we're looking at tonight is more like a recipe so that we can now start to dissect and be able to move the conversation forward to see if that's something we want to continue. It doesn't really, this isn't the final cake. Is that correct? Okay. I do hear the concerns, and I can appreciate the concerns on that. I think we both are familiar with Nashville, Tennessee, and there's an area there called the Gulch, which is an area that has become very gentrified, and the people that called it home have been displaced. And I think that is a lesson that we should definitely heed in anything that we do. I don't see that happening tonight. I see what we are doing tonight is to start a conversation, start the process to see if there's an appetite for this among the citizens that live in the area, as well as the other bodies of tax. So I will be supporting this, but there's a lot of questions to be answered. And so I look forward to over the next couple of months to be able to see some of those additional questions coming forward. Thank you.
I have Councilmember Moore.
So I'm hearing folks indicate that they agree that rehab is important. And so with that, my substitute motion would be to remove the North Valley part of the East Village Growth Cell from this motion that is on the floor so that they can continue to receive rehab funds. If it's truly important to the ones who are talking about rehab, then let this group in the North Valley that is part of the East Village Growth Cell continue to be allowed to access funds for rehab, and the rest of this portion that you are forcing down people's throat can sail through. That is my substitute motion.
There, seconded by Councilmember Ali. Discussion on the substitute motion. Councilman Riggenbach.
Would you restate that, please, Councilwoman?
If I have, and you can pull it up on the City of Peoria website, this is the photo of the East Village Growth Cell. There's another one we want to look at. Okay. And this little toggle down here is the part that's in the North Valley in the 1st District. This little piece here. All of this is East Bluff. This down here is the North Valley. Now, that portion currently has access to rehab funds that apparently they were less than aware of, because I was assuming the East Village Growth Cell group was letting them know. But now I find out that is not the case. So I would like to keep that group in here because they can access funds currently. And that's also the area that, mark my word, will be the first to miraculously, once this goes through, if there's no rehab component added, receive some type of investment. The only reason, in my opinion, the North Valley, the Averyville area and the South Side, the far South Side, was added to this initiative in the first place was because when it first came to us, it did not include the South Side. If you recall, it did not include the far South Side. I pushed for that to be included. It did not include Averyville. I insisted that that be included. That is why that's in here now. So all of a sudden we're going to forget that the North Valley was originally the only area that was included here? So my substitute motion, for clarity, is that this motion that you all have decided that you're going to vote on takes out the only area that currently has access to rehab funds. And that's the North Valley, part of the East Village Growth Cell. Thank you.
Councilman Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman, because I think you and I have talked about this quite a bit, and my concerns about that very topic. And ultimately, what I've wrapped my arms around is that this is the recipe, I think Councilman Regal called it. This is very much the preliminary first step. And believe me, we have done an incredible job in attempting to reach out to the residents throughout the TIF. We have an advisory committee that has a representative from the 1st District on it, and as well as the 2nd and the 3rd. And we sent out postcards last year to all the property owners. I mean, I would say that communication is not something that we necessarily excel at, but we've made every effort imaginable to do that. I want to make sure that our residents have that access to the resources that they need to make their situations better. And that's why I've been championing the EVGC housing program for all these years. I think it might be premature to segregate what's going to be included and what's not. I would prefer to instruct staff to give them these guidelines, and then when they come back to us, we can be more specific in setting those. So if at that time we've seen an influx in rehab applications, or the input from the community outreach is such that there would be justification to exclude certain parts, we could do that. But I really think we're probably better off casting as wide a net initially and then narrowing it down. And the action tonight is not setting it in stone. I like that expression, casting a net. Is that a fair analogy, or am I missing something here?
Councilman, as the manager indicated, this is simply a direction to proceed with the boundaries in the communication. Ultimately, several items and ordinances would have to be brought back to the City Council for final adoption.
Thank you. So again, and Councilman Moore probably thinks I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth because I have been arguing both sides of this, but I really think we owe it to all of the residents that could benefit from this to throw this out there and engage them. And it's whether it's Zoom calls or team meetings, I think we've all experienced a lot of frustration on it. So let's not let the last number of months and our outreach affect us, but let's move forward with this wide area, and then after the 45 days we can come back and actually set the boundaries that will be what the constituents, what the people who put us here really want. And it won't be us putting anything down their throat, but it'll be something that we work on together with those residents. So I would still say having the bigger picture at this point will benefit us, and then we can fine-tune it after we have that official response from staff and the residents. Thank you.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I kind of hesitate to go into this any further. I would just like to point out that this started out as a North Valley project, and in that Councilwoman Moore is correct. However, I think her memory may fail on a couple other points. Averyville was added to this, or the suggestion for Averyville was Director Black's suggestion, which I readily agreed to because I thought, well, maybe we should start small. But he thought, well, let's go ahead and go with Averyville. So I said, okay. But Councilwoman Moore was not too keen on the idea. And so, with some advice, I went down and visited her one day in her place of business and said, why don't we include the South Side? And at first she wanted to include her TIF area, and I said, no, or the South Village TIF. I said, no, we can't do that. That's a TIF. But we can go from Western all the way to everything Western. So, with all due respect, those were not your ideas. And that's fine. Okay. So this did start out as a modest thing because I thought going a whole lot bigger would be more difficult. However, it was added to and by Director Black and by me to try to garner Councilwoman Moore's support for it, which she gave at that time, although with reservations. So just to set the record straight on that, I don't know if this was important for me to say or not in support of this motion.
Councilmember Moore.
There was no time that I was in agreement with this plan, at any time. And if I recall correctly, you wanted to include what used to be the Southtown TIF area. And I already knew that you could not include the TIF area, so why would I say, that, John, just stop. You're lying, so put your MAGA hat on and keep lying, because I'm not going to stand for it. At the end of the day, the first district is what I'm here to represent. Now, you come riding in on your white horse thinking you're going to save the community. They don't need saving from you. They need some economic development that has been happening in the North Valley and has been happening on the South Side, and it's been happening before you got on this council, because I've been here, and it's going to continue to happen. So you guys can vote the way you're already deciding to vote against the people in the first district and for this plan. I'm glad to hear that the folks in the Averyville and the North Valley were able to submit applications so we can count those, and that this is not a done deal yet, because I'm not in favor of it and have never been in favor of it. So to say that I was, in fact, I think Councilman Rick Rodrigo was in one of those meetings when I said I wasn't in favor of it some years ago. So don't start lying on me. Yes, you are. So put your MAGA hat on and keep lying. Thank you.
The motion on the floor is a substitute motion to take the near North Valley portion out of the proposal. The motion was by Councilmember Moore, seconded by Councilmember Ali. Please cast your ballots. That motion fails with 3 ayes, 7 noes, and 1 abstention, as noted. Councilmember Gribb voting aye. Councilmembers Ali, Jensen, and Moore. So we're still back at the original motion. And is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes with 7 ayes, 3 noes, 1 abstention. Councilmember Gribb. Voting no, Councilmembers Ali, Jensen, and Moore. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-198 is a request to consider adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Peoria pertaining to bodywork establishments.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to request that the council defer this hopefully one last time. We had a glitch earlier today, so I move to defer.
Is that to the next meeting?
To the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Rodrigo. Discussion on this deferral. Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-230 is a request to concur with the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission to adopt an ordinance or the recommendation of staff to deny an ordinance approving a special use for a massage parlor for the property located at 4241 North Boulevard Avenue.
Councilman Regenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked for this to be deferred 2 weeks ago because I had spoken to the petitioner and asked to meet with the proposed business owner. I have not heard back from the property owner yet, so I would move to table this until further communication.
Motion to table, seconded Councilman Montalongo. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
If there's no further unfinished business,
Do we have anything unfinished this evening? Unfinished? Thank you, Madam Clerk.
new business?
New business to come before the council. New business, Councilman Rodrigo.
Thank you, Mayor. Seems like we've been talking about this for about a year, but we're getting down to the final deadline. And just, again, one more appeal. I think you've heard it from probably every city council member. and a lot of our leaders in the area. Fill out your census, take the time, do something for your community. We need it drastically in many, many ways. There's so much at stake here. The deadline has been moved up. Please make sure that if you have not completed your census, you fill it out and check with all of your friends and neighbors and make sure that they have completed it as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, new business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remind everyone that we are going to be showing our appreciation and for the firefighters of Station 4 tomorrow at 4:30 to 6:30. I hope that the community comes out and supports them, and to express to them your disgust with the fact that they are the highest used fire station in the city from a fire call standpoint, and they're being summarily dismissed. That's the first comment I have. The second one is, today something occurred that I've placed a request that should not occur again. What occurred today was, well, let me back up. A year or two ago, I'd started receiving phone calls from the community regarding various memorials that were unfortunately part of the South Side landscape. And this has been going on for a couple years, so this didn't just come up today. In fact, last year, former council, Corporation Counsel Don Lice and I had a conversation about determining if there was some ordinance that we had in the city that indicated how this should be managed. And he indicated that there was no such ordinance in our city to determine how these things should be managed. And so back more than a year ago, I requested, well, let's take a look around to find out who's doing what in the region, and perhaps in areas like Chicago and St. Louis and Detroit, New York, with memorials of this kind. That didn't go very far. In the last few months, I should say, I've had folks on a number of streets in the South Side, particularly, asking me about what are we going to do with memorials. Some are maintained very nicely, some not so much. And what happened last night was that there was a memorial that was the parent of this individual was notified. They were able to retrieve some things from there with the notification that today it would be removed. That was something that happened, and I didn't know about it. In fact, late last night, I got a call from someone in another state who used to live here on the South Side. And this person said, yeah, this is what's going on, I hear, in your district. I said, well, that's not something I've heard about. What are you talking about? So they screenshot some information and they sent it to me. And in my checking this morning, I found out that was true. And I checked with, and this was a memorial, lest you forget, this was a memorial for Percy King. You may recall this was a young man who was involved in the community, who was unfortunately, his life was cut short. And when I asked about this process, I was told that, oh, well, no, we here in the police department, after about a week or so, we go out and we clean these things up. I said, okay, but wait a minute, because as you know, I live on the South End. And I said, there are memorials I've seen for years. And if this was actually something that happens, then those that I've been passing by for years would have been gone by now. And so today when I got here, before I got here today, I spoke to Mr. Percy King Sr., and so did my husband, because my husband knows him. And he was very distraught, because he didn't know that if anyone had taken any of the things that he felt were of high importance away from that before we came through, we being the city, came through and cleaned it out. And I was distraught because of the types of things he told me was there. I thought, we can't have possibly removed that and gotten rid of it. So I was fortunate enough to talk to Miss Stacy Johnson King right before council. You may have noticed I was late walking in the door. And she indicated that she had had someone go out and moved all of those things of sentimental value, and that she did confirm what was left was what the chief told me was left, were broken bottles and maybe burnt candles. And I think she left because it was 5 hours ago that she came in here. And so I told her I would bring this up because I was very upset when I heard about it, because no one told me. I don't know if anyone on the council was even told that this was going to happen. And then to hear that this is something that's regularly done after a few days or a week, and I know for a fact in fact, Miss Johnson King showed me some pictures of the ones that I was referring to that are still there and have been there for years. And so the fact that, we say that, oh no, this is what we do, it is not what we do. And unfortunately, I think there was misinformation provided to the chief that provided that to me. I'm sure if he had known the facts that as I've outlined them today, he would not have made that statement. And so, having said all of that, I don't think I've indicated to the chief that should not occur again. That if there are memorials that are out there and the city has no guidance, we've not provided the police with anything to administer. We've not provided public works with anything. We've not provided code enforcement with any direction where memorials are concerned. That's on us. We need to own that. This point forward, I'd like to direct Director Black and Code Enforcement, Chief Marion, and Director Powers, or those who, and Chrissy, if you would also be involved with that we need to determine what type of guidance to provide our staff. When I was speaking to Ms. Johnson King, I could see the pain that she still feels. I mean, she lost her child. And I can imagine what that feels like. I can't imagine it at all. The only thing that probably comes close, I was very close to my grandmother. And I told her that it was 5 years before I could even mention my grandmother's name without crying. And that was my grandmother. This is a child that came out of her. So can you imagine how she felt with the last minute notice that this was going to be removed? So, Council Peterson, if you could provide us with some direction how we should look at that. I know in talking to Joe Doolin that he and Kaylee are in their department and they're already starting to look at other cities, what other cities are doing where memorials are concerned. Because we all want a very nice place to live. We all want our children to grow up to be healthy and strong and give us grandchildren and see them live to be a ripe old age. A child should not go before the parent. And so I apologize to Ms. Stacy Johnson King on behalf of the city of Peoria that should not have happened, and it will not happen again as far as I'm concerned, particularly in the 1st District. Mayor, I'm sorry if I overreached by directing the chief not to do that. I'm not sure if that's the manager's responsibility or your responsibility, but I thought this is a very sensitive issue for folks, and we need to respect that sensitivity. Thank you.
It is the manager's, but I would expect after the conversation that we'll have some direction given on this one. Any additional new business tonight? Madam Clerk.
We would be at citizens' opportunity to address the city council. And I have one email to read, so whenever you would like for me to read that, let me know.
Well, we'll go ahead and you can read the first one, and then we'll do these before we go to executive session.
Okay. This is from Chris Schaffner, and he says, while discussing the panhandling issue tonight, can we please remember that these are people? These are humans with real needs. Try to avoid using language like the homeless are invading downtown. This isn't an invasion. It is the result of poverty, lack of affordable housing, educational breakdown, a global pandemic, unemployment. Panhandling is the result of these issues. Did you know there are many folks currently living on the streets of Peoria who lost their jobs and housing due to the COVID? Did you know that many of the folks living on the streets of Peoria are homeless because they couldn't keep up with their housing payments even while working 2 or 3 jobs? Did you know many are disabled due to workplace injuries or from accidents? Many are fleeing domestic violence situations. These are not just lazy people trying to scam the good, hardworking citizens of Peoria and prefer to sleep in a tent or in the dirt rather than a warm, safe home. Regarding panhandling laws vary from state to state, but in many states it is protected as a First Amendment right. Freedom of speech. Criminalizing people living in poverty doesn't solve poverty. Arresting or fining someone who has no money does not solve poverty. Also, assuming that these experiencing homelessness are the primary perpetrators of panhandling is an uneducated assumption. I can attest firsthand that a majority of the folks asking for money on the streets are not unsheltered, but instead are individuals that are housed or unstably housed living in poverty. While some of these folks panhandling are unsheltered, they are not the majority. To assume otherwise without any firsthand knowledge is to reinforce an already harmful stigma of being homeless. Homelessness is just one byproduct of intentional and unintentional systematic abandonment of marginalized and minority communities. You won't fix either of these problems by sweeping them under a rug and just moving them to another location to appease downtown business owners. Please be mindful as you work to address these issues. How a community talks about and treats those less fortunate says more about those in power than it does the folks in need. In the end of the day, I hope it is our shared humanity that on display and not profit and greed.
Up next, we have Hippie.
I spent a lot of time and a little bit of money putting that packet together that you guys got. In that packet, the first one is James Madison on property. I think that would be a good tool for everybody to understand. Please read through this stuff. This means a lot on what you do here. The second one was Samuel Adams' Rights of the Colonists from 1772. It tells you the foundation of what this country was built upon. We're supposed to be following this. This is what you are all elected to do. The third one is there's a federal court case about a governor imposing restrictions upon their people. And in that court case there, that went through the federal court, it talks about our liberties protected by the Constitution are not fair weather freedoms. Now, tonight you had somebody talking about suicides. There's a study about unemployment, restrictions, and what it does to people, suicides, spouse abuse, child abuse, losing what they've worked for all their lives. Every one of you have the responsibility to protect everybody's rights to life, liberty, and happiness. Those words were not put in the Declaration just for decoration. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator certain unalienable rights of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And to ensure that, government was instituted by the governed to protect those rights. This is what you're supposed to be doing. In there, you're going to find what the powers of this governor has. After 30 days, his executive orders mean nothing. He's got 30 days to deal with an emergency. I highlighted that so you can read it. The other ones in there are what the Department of Public Health or the Health Department's got to do. You can't violate people's rights to due process, not even the Department of Health. These threats of taking people's licenses, that's extortion. Now, I was here a year ago, and we're dealing with the same problems that I was here a year ago, trying to bring up. We need suggestions. It's your jobs. You're supposed to be doing the community the right to be able to prosper this city, to make it better. And that's what you're here for. That's your job. Each one of you have the choice, as long as the county sheriff does, is whenever that governor sits up there and he is infringing on the rights of the people, their life, their liberty, their happiness, their businesses. Golden Corral closed up, Hofbrau, Prairie Farms, not just to name a couple, three. There's others. 55% of these forced closures will never open back up in this country. You had the Civic Center guy down here. The biggest hit he took was to the Civic Center, their revenue. Energy costs, you brought up energy costs. We're pushing for certain energy to be done. It's more expensive. We don't want to talk about fuel and oil and coal or anything like that. That's a bad word. It's a bad word. But people can afford that. Our costs have gone up. Our revenue's gone down. Our jobs are being eliminated by the politicians. I heard about stuff being shoved down throats. Why don't you start looking at what you're doing to the people in this city and in this state? And let's talk about stuff being shoved down our throats. Why do you think people are leaving? So all I'm asking is, please, read what my time is. Before you throw it in the garbage, whatever you do, please read it. We need to do something here for the community. This city council needs to come up with ideas of bringing people in here from the city that's got businesses or potentially want to open up businesses and work with these people. We need the mom and pop stores back. And when I was a kid, every 2 blocks there was a mom and pop store. If I needed groceries or whatever, I could walk down there and get it. I apologize. Please read this over. You have the power to keep that governor in check. That's your job. And the sheriff has the same responsibility too. You're elected by the people here in this town, and you need to protect the people's rights, liberty, and happiness. And we might not keep coming in here and arguing on what we got to do to raise taxes to pay for our firefighters and everybody else. Thank you.
Several of these I'm going to read off, but I think they've already left. Chris Oswald was here to speak to a regular business agenda item. Andrew Williams was here to speak to 20-17. Connie Abraham, who I don't believe is here. And next up is Hetty Elliott.
Thank you. I managed to stay awake. Before I talk about what I came to talk about this evening, thank you, Mr. Greb, for supporting Local 50. My husband just recently retired a couple weeks ago at 51, and I thought he was too young to retire. And his statement to me was he's been put in an impossible position, and something tragic he believes will happen, and he said he can't have that on his conscience. And so I understand that they are being put in a very stressful situation. Tonight I'm here to talk about the old Harrison School on Krause. It's been sitting there for about a decade or more. District 150 sold it for $10 to a private citizen. If you go down to the old Harrison, the second and third floor are wide open. They're not boarded up. The first floor has plywood on the doors and on the windows sometimes. So I was there on Sunday and could walk right up, look right in, just completely wide open. Not only is the structure an eyesore, but it poses multiple health risks. There's rats, there's bats, hawks. Bat dung carries cancer or causes cancer and other respiratory problems. All kinds of people are going in and out, ripping off the plywood, doing God knows what in there. And it's also a death trap for our first responders. If all of that wasn't bad enough, a couple weeks ago I found out that there are hundreds of tires in the building that the previous owner would pay to pick up tires and dispose of them, and he threw them right in the building. I confirmed that with Ross Black, and he got back with me right away, which I appreciate it, and said that was true. So that's a death sentence, okay, for all of the people surrounding Harrison School, the Harrison Homes residents. The tires, one tire attracts thousands of mosquitoes. Just one tire. There's hundreds in there. As they break down, all of these toxic chemicals go into the air. Arsenic, mercury. I mean, if the rodents weren't bad enough, this is just alarming that this is known and allowed to just sit there. If they catch fire, tires can explode, which again puts our first responders in a horrible position. And for years I've come to the council meeting, and in good economic times there's shinier, better use of our money. In bad economic times, you cry broke. I don't understand why every one of you at the council isn't scouring for the money to tear this down. And my hunch is you're not scouring because some people are considered more valuable than others or less valuable than others. And I believe that this would never happen in any other part of our city. So I'd like to challenge the council to a few things. One, to make that demolition of Harrison School a high priority. And that means looking for grants, environmental grants, money from the state, money from the feds, whatever it is, it should be a high priority. Number two, I think that there should be policy put into place that commercial buildings should not be sold to private owners who cannot maintain them nor demolish them. And I would encourage the council to lean on the school district and encourage them in the future, if they are to build another building, that they need to find the money to tear down the existing structure first. Thank you.
We had a couple people, I think, that came back in. So anybody that was previously here that wanted to address the council and their citizens to address, the floor is open. Or not? No? Okay. Madam Clerk.
We have an executive session.
Council Peterson.
We have executive session per 5 ILCS 120-2C 5 to discuss the purchase of property, and 21 to discuss closed session minutes.
Okay, we have a motion to go into executive session by Councilman Sears, seconded by Councilman Euler. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously, and then we have a motion to adjourn by Councilmember Sears, seconded by Councilman Euler. Please cast your ballots on that one. And that motion passes unanimously as well. We'd like to thank Joe Deacon and his listening audience at WCBU as well as Cable Channel 22, and this meeting is adjourned.